Jeff, why do you insist on doing this dumb internet shit on TV?
I look and see, it's not just me.
This place is a fucking joke, man. You're a clown. I quit.
So many of us have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. So many of us have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. We call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild.
No. It doesn't make logical sense, but it makes.
Well, yes, of course.
But it makes wrestling booking sense. Of course, this makes no sense. Of course, okay, it makes no sense. However, in pro wrestling booking, which often makes no sense, you would do that. It's about making money. It's not about anything else. Wrestling's always been about making money first and foremost. That's it.
Yes! I look and see, it's not just me.
Last weekend was the greatest weekend in AEW history. This is the greatest week.
I look and see, it's not just me.
Security, my safety, my life was in danger at a wrestling show.
So many of us have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. So many of us have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. We call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. We call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. Get wild! Yay!
If you're familiar with how we do things often here on these Wednesdays, it's a lot like one of my favorite movies, Time Cop.
What? Fuck you. Fuck you.
Yeah!
Yay!
Dick Colas.
P3CCA.
Your mustache is ugly, bro. Your mustache is ugly, bro. You ain't got any hoes. Your mustache is ugly, bro.
What you say about yourself is that you're marketable. What I hear about you is that you get no hoes. All the girls love me, cause I'm Becca with a 3. And I'm silly, and I'm witty, and I'm pretty like a Barbie. You flaunt it like you got it, but I think you're a fraud. You should go back to being the AirPod god. If you're out with a girl, she ain't got any standards. You think you're Magnum P.I., but you're really Ned Flanders. I heard you sell coffee, and I think that's really fitting. Your teeth are really yellow, and you smell like you be shitting. You wrestle like it too. Stinking up the ring. I know I got you jealous with my hot girl bling and my hot girl swag and my hot G-string and my Gucci bag. I ain't gotta pop tags. Cleaning up your blood with my Versace rags. Cause I'm Becca with a 3. All the girls love me. Cause I'm silly and I'm witty and I'm pretty like a Barbie. Period.
Your mustache is ugly, bro. Your mustache is ugly, bro. You ain't got any hoes. Your mustache is ugly, bro.
What you say about yourself is that you're marketable. What I hear about you is that you get no hoes. All the girls love me, cause I'm Becca with a 3. And I'm silly and I'm witty, pretty like a Barbie.
Yeah. I'm gonna take your title. And I would take your girl, but you don't have one. You don't have any girls. And I would take your money. Well, you ain't got any of that either, so everyone go buy his coffee because he really needs the money. Dickholess, stupid ass bitch, I'm gonna beat your ass.
You know, some people say it's tough being a big show, but I gotta tell you, it has its advantages. Playing with the neighborhood kids is always fun, and hailing a cab is no sweat. The thing I like best about being so big is I always have room for my favorite meal, Chef Boyardee overstuffed Italian sausage ravioli. It's the only meal large enough to satisfy my oversized hunger.
And
action. Romeo, Romeo, wherefore art thou, Romeo?
Again, please.
Again?
Again.
Art thou bored?
Yeah.
Step into a Slim Jim. Turn to the spice. That baby juicy taste. You know, excitement. Step into a Slim Jim.
Come on, Macho Man. You can always get out of the ring, but The Rock is extreme because there's nowhere to go.
Nowhere to go?
Not the cage.
Oh, yeah. Landslide. Falling rock. Yeah. Meet the North Face.
What do you do for beefy, spicy, extreme excitement?
Say it, say it.
Slam it to a Slim Jim.
Oh, damn it.
What's happening, guys? Welcome to another eclectic edition of PWT Live Show.
Yeah.
Wednesday night, the marquee show. I am your host, the infallible Phil Marks. And boy, oh boy, do we got a lot to talk about today. Massive WWE news with the ESPN deal. We talked about it a lot on the member show, but, you know, Brock Lesnar's return caused some meltdowns. We're going to touch a little bit on that and just some of the fallout and some of the responses to that. The ESPN deal's huge. There's meltdowns because of that. AEW Dynamite's on this evening, right? So we're going to check that out. Tony Khan hopped on the live in an emergency video to book Moxley versus Mike Bailey after, MVP. It comes out that MVP fucking hates Mike Bailey, and the Hurt Syndicate are, again, just guys that, they refuse to put people over, Brian, and all this sort of stuff. So we got to get into all of that and more. We have Brooke Hogan on Hulk Hogan and some of her conspiracy theories. We have a jam-packed, amazing show as everyone files in. And as the viewership climbs and climbs and climbs, make sure you hit like, make sure you hit subscribe. If you're on X, you want to come over to youtube.com/@ProWrestleClips, and you want to vote in the poll. Who do you think would win in a shoot fight, Mike Bailey or Bobby Lashley? Now, for those of you who watch this show, you'd already know we talked about this. How weird is it that this came around to where I put a tweet out and it was a topic on the show where I was like, Joey Janela is like, Mike Bailey would beat Lashley in a real fight. Like, this happened not that long ago. And then all of a sudden, all this news is coming out. And it's pretty funny. And Tony Khan, his response is, let me throw Bailey in there with Moxley tonight, which is, I'm going to talk about that a little bit too. And we have a Tony Khan cringe video. There's so much to get to tonight. So I'm going to get my plugs out of the way, guys. For 99 cents, you can become a member of this YouTube channel. You support what I do. You get access to my Monday bonus shows, okay, which are the same as like every other show. It's just a bonus one you get every Monday. Or, I've never missed a Monday yet since I've launched it, but it's, it could, like, maybe I have to bank one time and again or something, but it'll, typically it's just a live show. We watch Raw, do the news and stuff, just as fun, if not funnier than these shows. They flies off the rails on the member shows. Patreons as well, patreon.com/ProWrestleTimes. There's tons of exclusive content on there as well, like me watching Tough Enough and all this other stuff and just commenting on things, wrestlers getting punked. What else? You get the member show as well. All sorts of shit. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit retweet, whatever you're doing. And yeah, I appreciate you guys. Or you can super chat in like Juan Tenta here for $2 who says, still thinking about that Ryback barking video. Dude, you haven't let it go yet? Great. Yeah, that was weird, bro. I know. Kind of disturbing, wasn't it? Thank you, Juan Tenta. So, yeah, I hope chat's doing good. I might switch up the poll in a bit, too, because I want to poll you guys on what you think about the WWE ESPN deal as well. And again, things take time. So when it first broke in the morning, all the information that was spilling out, well, we'll talk about it in a bit, but then as the day progressed, you hop back online, you're like, okay, things are looking kind of different all of a sudden. It's like night and day. So we're going to talk about that. But yeah, let's get into some PWT. So, AEW Dynamite's on tonight. There's a grudge match main event. Okay, so this has been somewhat of a through line. Then the Hurt Business kicked MJF out or whatever. I don't know what's gonna come of this, but this will be a good match. Queen Aminata, Sky Blue, Alex Windsor, Billy Stark. So here's 4 girls that I have no plans for, nothing for. I have no idea what the fuck to do with any of them. I don't know how to book. I don't know how to build anyone up. Literally, these are 4 people that I should be building up, and I'm going to put them all against each other so 3 of them lose right off the bat, and the one who wins barely scrapes by in a win, so it does nothing for them either. This company's incredibly lost, and we're going to talk about it as the night goes on. Young Bucks versus Brodito. Oh, I mean, yeah. And then we have 8 belts. Mercedes Moné returns live. She won 2 more from another indie or 2. Or she went to 1 indie show, I think, and then won 2 belts, though, or something like that. So, guys, Moné, it won't be done until she wins She will win the Ring of Honor title and the AEW title. There's no way they don't still go to that.
Sometimes in life, you got to be a hoe.
And I mean, it's fine, but you're decorating her in all this gold, and what has it done for anybody? What has it done for anybody? I'll say this. I think Toni Storm, and I'm so glad they had her win it all in, because she's managed to increase her stock since going to AEW. There's a lot of people who have gone to AEW from WWE and diminished themselves. I would say Moné and Swerve both increase, Toni Storm and Swerve both increase their value since going to AEW. You guys can tell me if you agree with that or not. Okay, so, and don't extrapolate what I just said there into, Swerve isn't a star or anything. I said increased his value. For sure. He went from NXT to mid-upper world title picture immediately in another company, and got the Prince Nana dance got over, the song got over and shit, So yeah, Swerve blocked me and shit, but I don't hold no ill will. I get it. I get it, bud, but I've always put him over, so I'm not just gonna stop. Right? I'm not a butthurt baby about it, but yeah, I would say him and Toni Storm are the 2 that came from the Fed and got more over and increased their value. No? Who else did? Who else has? I don't think anyone else has. Not even Mox. Anyways, so yeah, we have some stuff before we get into the juiciness, although this is all juiciness. I mean, PWT Wednesday is always a juice fest, man. We have some like miscellaneous news, not a whole shitload, but there was some stuff that went down over SummerSlam weekend that we just didn't cover that happened around the world of wrestlings. And so we are going to get into that. Let me check in with chat quick. Miss October 30's been a member for 11 months. God damn. PWT fam, sorry I was gone. Life happens. Yeah, no doubt, man. People got shit to do. You know what I mean?
Acknowledge me.
We miss you and glad you're back. So let me check in with chat as well. Right now, YouTube TV isn't covered. Hold on, Phil. With all due respect, but Swerve pulled a Dustin Rhodes to you, hence the block, despite you having nothing bad about him. Yeah, Dustin Rhodes blocked me too. Yeah, but guys, I just like say shit about AEW that like I always put over FTR as well, and Dax fucking blocked me. Why? I never talk shit about. I would never even call him FTR bald. I still won't. I think I did it once when I was like, come on, man, you really being like that? And I've roasted him for like wearing a JD shirt and shit because that's fucking cringe. Okay, but I actually have, we're going to talk about that in a bit. Okay? Because like MVP and them aren't the only ones with heat on them. It's just clicky back there, man. And there's heat on the other side too. You're just not going to hear people stooge about it because the people doing the stooging might be the ones with heat. It's just among the boys. And I think people are going to hear that when MVP eventually talks about this. That's just, I don't know, just throwing that out there. But Scully Vibes has been a member for 15 months and says, what's the vibes? Is hit the like. Man, August and the IWC has been crazy. I know, dude, and we're not even one full weekend. Not even one full weekend. Shout out Replay Squad. Yeah, dude. Yeah, shout you. Catch you later then, right? Okay, guys. Yeah, so come and hit like, hit subscribe. We're almost at 7K subs, and we're past 2K on the other channel. So you guys are awesome. And yeah, get us up to 7K subs, or come leave a comment, hit like, dislike, tell me fuck myself, whatever. I appreciate you guys for being here. Round of applause for the PWT universe. Let's get into some news.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm afraid I've got some bad news.
So Unreal the Indies. So here is some, I think this is like a faux mockumentary type trailer, or like WWE Unreal. It's like a parody version rather of the WWE Unreal trailer, indie style. And this was funny as fuck. And who made this? Vaughn Vertigo.
Wrestling for the past decade, traveling all over the world, it earns you a little bit of respect. My wrestling name is Vaughn Vertigo, also been known as Evil Space Monkey, Big Van Vertigo, and of course, V Guy. My government name is Dave Vertigo.
Yo, Big Van Vertigo is a cool name.
As an independent wrestler, you're kind of like a traveling salesperson.
Yo. My name's watch the shifty eye movement. This one.
Wrestler, you're kind of like a traveling salesperson. Dave Vertigo. As an independent wrestler, you're kind of like a traveling salesperson. You're traveling town to town, you're selling your wares, you're performing for all these people, but you also have to deal with the politics.
Lance Storm.
Hey, Mark, I'm just checking. I'm on before intermission, right? When you get to a certain point like I have, you kind of have to throw your weight around a little bit.
I don't mean to be blunt about it, but that kind of position on the card, let's say for someone who's a ticket mover, or a seller, or, you know, like a Danhausen.
Are you fucking kidding me? You're telling me Danhausen gets to go before intermission? If you're not going to put me on before intermission, well, fuck, put me on first then. I've got kids to put through college. Wrestling for the past decade, traveling all over the world.
That's awesome, man. Shout out Vaughn Vertigo for that roast. Oh, look, it's me. So you'll never believe it, but there was once again a fire spot done on an indie show without safeguards in plan. So look at this, man. This is just another fire spot. I hate fire spots. I've said it a bunch of times. What's his face lit his whole face on fire, right? Masada or whatever on an indie not long ago. And here's another, just like, why are you doing this if there's not like over the top safety precautions taken, you know? And to me, like, fire and real glass is unpredictable. There's way too many variables that you can't control to where I just think like it should be saved for a moment when like Edge spears Cactus Jack through a flaming fucking table at WrestleMania or whatever. You know, it's got to be saved for moments like that. Even AEW, really think about it. They don't play with fire. Let me think. They had a flamethrower once. Yeah, okay, that was stupid. But again, it's like a flamethrower. Like you can kind of gauge how the distance on that, you know, you can like play with it before the show and like test it out. And that's even like more controlled than this. I don't know. Look at that. That's fucked, man. How is there no water or extinguishers on hand, guys standing next to the ring with extinguishers and water on hand for when they knew that this spot was coming up? Who cares? Okay, you're an outlaw mud show. Everybody fucking knows that it's a work. And then the ring's burning down, and this guy's like, oh no, let me watch my friend burn alive. Put the fucking ring out. Yeah, let that burn down too. Just burn a big hole in that, and it'll be fucking endangering every fan that came.
Oh.
So was that the finish? Like, did they at least pin him? Damn. Yo, prayers for that dude. Here is Masha Slamovich and Natty Neidhart. They threw down at and Natty just flipped off Masha. We have some highlights of it, actually. So check this shit out. Some real graps here.
During an earlier fight, 20-minute time limit for the main event, but I'm not so sure we're going to get even close to that.
This is Josh Barnett, GCW Bloodsport.
Well, actually, both competitors are already showing it.
So Thomas Moore has been a member for 2 months. Fire spots in the indies are as common as a DDT now. Exactly. And Miss October 30 for $50 says, one, I didn't. Okay, Jesus. Coming in hot, Miss October. So I didn't care that Hulk passed away. Okay. I'm sick of these IWC saying we didn't work you. You did. There was legit doubts about Seth's injury being a worker shoot. Other than Adam Page winning AEW title, which was lackluster, what did I miss with AEW? Well, I mean, honestly, nothing of note. Yeah, that's why you didn't hear about it until tonight. Like all of a sudden today, Miss October 30. And here, I'll give you
acknowledge me.
Everyone acknowledge. One's in the chat for Miss October 30. But listen, what did you miss? Nothing until this beef we're about to talk about tonight, rather. Okay, I got Big Bang Theory on here. Right, AEW. You just kind of reminded me too. I'm like, hey, we need Dynamite on here. Okay, so there's like a beef going on. That's all you missed. That's a real shoot beef. Otherwise, like Osprey's hurt, and storyline wise, honestly, nothing. The Death Riders are still death riding on AEW. Okay. Thank you for supporting the show, and chat, catch Miss October 30 up on anything I missed, right? Like Moxley lost the belt. Exactly. They're just still death riding on the show, just like we predicted. Nothing changed. Samoa Joe's not there. He's doing, TV shows with Anthony Mackie and shit that are super successful. And he's busy. Lashley wants out of the company. MVP's like, I'm going to bury this company on my pod, even though I work here. Mike Bailey's getting a fucking fake shoot match against Mox tonight as a little consolation prize. And that's about it, I think. So, yeah, that's about it. Okay, round of applause. Thank you so much for supporting the show. Okay, let's get back to it. So, here's Masha and Natty throwing down. Josh Barnett, Bloodsport, GCW.
It's gonna be tooth and nail the whole way. If this goes 20 minutes, it's gonna be the most.
Not this one.
There's emotion in play here.
Natty with the waist lock here. Into the side, but then Masha's the back of Natty. It could be. Well, like you said, she's got great defense. She's got her hand in there.
Oh, shit.
Ooh,
They're doing that
with
juke
his foot.
style. You got to, sharpshooter. Oh, grabs the arm, triangle her, Natty. Oh, there you go. Laying those shots in super kick. Throws her out of the ring. It's an NXT Underground match, Book. Oh, shit. There you go.
Northern Lights certified slam from Masha Slamovich. She rolls through with it, looking for her to it all. Oh, look at this.
I can take your wind right.
I get that there's a niche element to this style of pro wrestling, but why not let Natty and Masha do this on the main roster, or like Shayna Baszler and Natty, and just let them go for the IC title? I think that would be better than the shit. Well, maybe. I don't know. I'm just not a big fan of the Bailey, Lyra, Becky stuff. You guys know, especially if you watch the member shows on Mondays, you guys fucking know. I am not the biggest fan of that whole thing, but it's all good. Like Becky doing her thing, you know. They should have put Lyra over at SummerSlam.
Hammer Fist and Scarlett Donovan said enough.
Yeah, Natty wins by TKO. Speaking of KO and TKO, TNA Knockouts champion, the former TNA Knockouts champion, getting TKO'd by Natty Neidhart on Bloodsport, which is wild. Speaking of Bloodsport, Nick Camarado versus Simon Gotch went down, which is awesome. So here is in line with pantomime comments. Bill Burr talks about getting to watch Hulk Hogan work the crowd at a live O&A show at the Hard Rock Cafe. Dude, Hulk Hogan, dude. I'm like this guy. Am I right? So Bill Burr has, here's him talking about how good Hulk Hogan is at working the crowd, brother.
Day, I got to meet him doing the O&A show. And we were at the Hard Rock Cafe, and he worked the crowd. Opie was going, hey, because he came on, he was promoting something. He said, hey, any way you could go up and maybe just one time rip your shirt off? And the crowd went nuts. And he shook his head like, nah, man, I don't want to do it. The crowd's like, oh, come on, just do it. And he just was, and he wasn't saying anything, just his head tilted to the side, his hands and all of that. And like people were just begging him in the crowd to do it. So he shrugs his shoulders. He gets up. And because it was a long
that lawnmower is Burr, by the way. I think he just records his pod on his phone still to this day, like with one of those mics. Yeah, I think. I don't know, and I'm not even hating on it. I don't give a fuck. I don't get too triggered by that. You listen to Cornette, and he's always like, "Oh, there's people doing lawn work and shit." There's actually people like by me doing some construction as well. So, but yeah, you just hear this lawnmower kind of funny.
Table that we were on, and he walked out in front of the table, and he looks at the crowd, and they're going nuts. And then he just looked back at all of us.
Going nuts, dude.
And he just kind of like shrugged and pointed at the crowd, like, then acting like they weren't into it. And then we were all like, no, you got to do it. We were getting louder. So then we're like, come on, you got to do it. So then he sort of shrugged his shoulders and like half-ass leaned down, and cupped his hand to his ear. The place was like, I felt like the fucking roof was going to blow off, and he was still working us. And I had no idea. I totally fell for it. And I'm like, no, he just kept shrugging. It's like, you gotta fucking do it. And then all of a sudden, this last time when he turned around, dude, like a switch flipped on him, and his face was not the face that you had seen. He was in the Hulkster fucking, like this crazy look went into his eyes. And he fucking turned around and looked at us, and I stopped cheering. I was like, is he mad at us? Is he going to flip the table over? And then he fucking stomped. He did this 180, but it was like 3 big stomps. And he fucking looked at the crowd with that crazy look, and he went fucking way down and put his hand up to his fucking ear. The place went fucking nuts, and he just ripped his fucking shirt off and did all the down, up to the fucking side. And then,
oh yeah, brother, working the crowd, dude. Got them in the palm of my hand, Jack.
Fucking ripped. The place went fucking bananas. Fucking bananas. Like, he made the Hard Rock Cafe as loud as the fucking Pontiac Silverdome, and to be able to see that live, from up close the way that I did, all the fucking crazy moments on Opie and Anthony, like that was probably the highlight. It would fucking, to be courtside seats to fucking Hulkamania was.
Dude, dude, he's Irish. Shout out Billy Burr. So here's Becca, B3CCA, hair versus hair. Okay, she's laying down a challenge.
Tonight at Dreamwave Wrestling, Cody Coco Lane ripped out my hair. This hair is insured for $150,000, Cody. The joke's on you, motherfucker. But it did hurt. It really hurt. And Cody, I would have loved to take your championship tonight. And I would love to do it again in the future, but I have a better idea. Cody, I challenge you to a hair versus hair match. And if you're not too much of a little bitch, you'll accept. Fuck you, Cody Coco. Tonight.
She's turned up. That son of a bitch. Cody Coco pulling her hair out. So Bully Ray defeats Zilla Fatu for the HOG Crown Jewel Championship in a tables match after help from Stinkashay. So, I mean, there you go, dude. If the dirt sheets weren't going to melt down already. And Bully Ray, I mean, he's doing work with AEW guys, mixing it up with WWE guys and shit, right? Like Zilla's just an indie free agent riding around. You have Bully, who's like got deep connects with TNA and WWE, and especially right now. And then you have Ricochet, who's like, I'm sure no one in WWE, I'm sure they make fun of him behind closed doors, you know? So yeah, shout out Bully Ray, I guess. I don't know if that's the right move, but maybe it's because Zilla's primed up for a rematch or he's headed off on the bigger and better things, right? Speaking of Zilla, he shut down the NYC Subway Mania. Now, has anybody who listens to PWTs in chat, I think more particular, has anybody been to Subway Mania? Are they pissing people off because they're shutting down a whole train? Like, what's going on here in this situation? You know, because it always looks like a fun time and it looks like the floors are actually clean and shit. So what's going on here? Is this so we have pillow fight. So I don't know, man. We've talked about slap fight. Here's the pillow fight championships, man, on ESPN Ocho. It's like dodgeball. You know, it's a parody of real life. And here's Hector Lombard, who is at one point like the scariest welterweight on the planet. Welterweight, middleweight on the planet. Maybe that's an over-exaggeration, but listen, outside of the UFC, he was like the guy that everyone's like, he needs to go to the UFC type shit. And then Czech Congo, who was, you know, a pretty high-level UFC and Bellator heavyweight fighter. And they're pillow fighting, dude.
Behemoths are battling in the PFC ring. These are legends
Look at
in
this
the
shit.
world of MMA.
Of course, Czech Congo with his history being Pat Carey in one of the great UFC fights of all time.
Pillow? Good thing there's pillows. This will put me to sleep. Oh.
We noted the bare knuckle history and the Olympic history of Hector Lombard. So much more.
Lombard had
it's a fucking pillow fight. There's some real technique too. They're throwing like spinning shit.
But here in PFC, it's all right. It's
Look
okay.
at that. Good stuff. Good shit, pal. Vince McMahon's gonna buy that company. So Hayabusa versus Masato Tanaka today ended up going to a 30-minute time limit. The stipulation of Hayabusa's mask versus Tanaka's 0-1 career would see both men get to stay what they had put up. Hayabusa said next time he wrestles Tanaka, he wants it for it to be the grammar's off here. Sorry, guys. He wants it to be for the world heavyweight title instead. Well, we all do that. And the best of Hayabusa's short career. Fuck yeah. I haven't seen any new Hayabusa other than like some little clips and pictures that people have posted. So So Jack the Jobber has left Cultaholic. Right? Maybe him and Tim Pool will start a company where they sell beanies. Or toques, as we call them up here in Canada there, bud. So, la WWE necesita Alberto del Rio para ganar Mexico. I apologize if I butchered that. Here is Del Rio just beloved in Mexico. I believe this is the right clip. Just watch. This is recently. No one wants him to go in Mexico. Like, the people who watch AAA, they're fucking pissed. And the fans, like, they don't want him to go anywhere. They don't even want him to go back to WWE. They just want him to fucking do what he's doing. And with this whole situation, they took like their hottest heel and just made him like a beloved icon, sort of, in a weird way. Or like a martyr. Maybe not a martyr is not the right word. Just like a man of the people. You know what I mean? Like, he's beloved, man. Fuck, that building looks cool. And look how fucking packed it is. Holy shit. Dude, they're going insane for him. This is what I mean, man. It's a different ball game in Mexico. And again, I don't know, like whatever. I don't know, like, the ins and outs of like his legal shit or whatever. I don't even like speculate on it because I don't know, right? So and like as you guys know on the member show, I didn't even know like about Brock that Janelle Grant's lawyers were like he didn't do anything wrong or illegal. Like, I didn't even know that part. So it's like, oh, well, what are we even fucking getting mad about then? So whatever. That aside, I'm not saying bring him back to WWE, but for everyone like good or he's going to be gone from AAA or whatever, they didn't care before WWE got involved, you know? That's all that really matters. And I just think I would just keep him on TV. And also, is this even a AAA show? Like, here's my whole thing is that he could just work shows that are like not on TV and shit and still draw houses in Mexico, and just he's going to work behind the scenes in AAA. They're not just going to like throw this away right now. Look at how the people are going nuts for him. Like, this isn't just going to be like, oh, that's valueless. Get out of here. So, whatever. They'll just keep him in the AAA side of things. Yeah, is that? I don't even know if that's AAA or not. But as far as on screen, he might be done in AAA. But I don't think they're going to just like chuck that aside. Look how over he is. So Tomohiko Hashimoto passed away due to liver cancer. So RIP. He is 47 years old. He was in DDT, and he started his own promotion and shit. So RIP to Hashimoto. And we have Hulk Hogan stuff, as you guys can see. So I'm gonna check. Let me check him a chat and see what you guys are saying right now. Miss October 30 for 2 says, just remember what the fuck happened to Darby. So he came from the rafters at All In. He ziplined down. And then he, what has he done? He did like a run out. And then on Collision, he was going to throw Moxley over a railing onto a train track. I'm not kidding. And then he'll probably show up here like in this match in some capacity, I'm assuming, with Mox and Bailey here. That's what happened to him.
Acknowledge me.
Miss October 30 again for 5 says, one more thing. F the sickos saying they were not worked. I've seen these efforts on Facebook. Yo, so you're alluding to, so Miss October's playing catch up here, chat, today. So make sure you guys fill her in on whatever she's looking for. Okay, chat is very helpful with shit too, if you're any little anecdotal thing. But yeah, so basically everyone being worked. I mean, I'm assuming you're talking about the Seth injury. So it's fun when we get worked, you know? I definitely felt like that shit was a work the whole time. I don't know, but I'm not going to harp on that again. We've seen it played out. We know it's coming. And yeah, thank you for your super chat, and also just worked in general with all this shit. I know what you're saying. Like, embrace being worked. It's not a flex like, oh, this is a work. It's just like, I'm watching the show live. We're doing a members show. I'm speaking. My job's to talk. I'm just saying what I'm thinking, you know, and I'm glad it was a work because a bunch of people got worked. TK Mark's been a member for 5 months. TK Mark, are you still over there working Dave Meltzer or what? Like, does he still think you're like a shoot sicko? Have we blown up that spot yet? Okay, guys, over 300 watching. Hit like, hit subscribe, etc., etc. We have some Hulk Hogan, Brooke Hogan news, and just some little tidbits that are Hulk Hogan adjacent nudes. My bad. That was years ago. That was Gawker got sued for that or something, right? News. Dummy.
Yeah.
So, yeah, let's get into this. I don't have a drop for it. I guess the dummy, was the drop for it. So, what had happened is Hulk Hogan had passed away. People melted down. Bubba the Love Sponge. What did I call him? Bubba the Sponge Squarepants, the Love Sponge Squarepants, or whatever, Squarehead. Fucking the only time he's ever been relevant in his life is talking about Hulk Hogan or allegedly leaking shit that has to do with Hulk Hogan or throwing Hogan under the bus or whatever. Now, is he doing that here? I don't know. He's wheezing the juice, man. Like, he's squeezing every drip drop of juice that he can get out of this Hulk Hogan stuff. I do feel that way. And so we have some people who have comments on Hulk Hogan, but we're going to start with the Brooke Hogan situation. There's quite a few clips. So Brooke Hogan, on taking herself out of Hulk Hogan's will, she says, I don't want to fight Linda. Now, remember when Linda Hogan, as we covered on the show, was like, oh, he has, like, after he died, she's talking about he hasn't talked to Brooke in years. And then I was like, yeah, we know. She said that they didn't talk in 3 years, but she hasn't talked to you in like 7 years. So fuck you, you know, like, don't even say shit. And then Linda's like, I loved you more than you loved me after he died. That's a wild thing to try and, like, you're trying to control your narrative, EC3. But anyways, she calls her mother by name. Or is Linda her mom? Is Linda Brooke's shoot mom, or is that from his other marriage? That's what I don't fucking know. Someone will have to correct me on that. Maybe I should Google that. Is Brooke Hogan's mom Linda? Chat will do it for me. But yeah, Linda's talking about she gets nothing in the will. Brooke gets nothing in the will, and then she's not too favorable with his new wife either. And chat, let me know if Brooke is Linda's daughter. Like, I'm not entirely sure, because I think he's been married 3 times, right? Not that it fully matters, but he calls her Linda. She calls her Linda rather, and says, I don't want to fight Scientology, which I think is Sky Hogan. I don't want somebody that I love to get knocked off, which is crazy. Tom Cruise, allegedly. Just joking. This is a South Park.
I was now pregnant with twins and married, and my husband's family is so kind and so sweet. And I have something
So Linda is Brooke's mom, okay? And she calls her Linda. And she called in, and that's fine. I'm not even shitting on Brooke. It's actually kind of boss that she's like, no, I'm not going to be in this will because I don't need to get mixed up in any of this. My life is finally on track. That's just a sign of maturity. Sometimes maturity is just letting shit go and being a bigger person, you know? So I'm with her on that, you know, but I'm not saying like she, even, and if she stayed in the will and fought for her, I would defend her over like whatever his new wife is or whatever too. Not that I'm hating on her either. I try to be fair. Fence sitting Phil over here. Try to be fair. But it's like, it's just gross when it comes to this shit, you know? And then Bubba can't wait. He'll talk to anybody. He can't wait to fucking, this is the only time he's relevant ever.
Money didn't matter. You know, I was like, take me off everything. And I was sobbing. I was sobbing when I wrote the text to Terry McCoy, the guy that manages his money. I was sobbing, and I just said, take me off everything. I don't want to be a part of it, because I knew in my mind, this is how the math was going to work out. You know, if Sky is a Scientologist, which apparently she's still in good standings, but she said,
here's the thing though, they are big time Christians. So like Hulk and Sky, that was their whole, you know, they were like repenting Christians or whatever was their vibe, right? At least that's the vibe I got from Hogan being on just what he was doing with kids and him being on all these podcasts and all that. So my whole thing is this: can you be a Christian and a Scientologist? Like, are they cool with that? Can you be like a Muslim Scientologist? I don't know. Tom Cruise, tell us. Come on the show. Let me know.
she left. It's not for me to judge. She was always nice to me.
Tom Cruise should play El Grande Americano in a biopic.
I have no problem with Sky. But if she was a Scientologist,
yeah, there you go. She has no problem with Sky. So again, I wasn't trying to bury her either. And she's like, I have no problem with her, but that's sketchy. Brooke seems very mature in all of this, and I appreciate that. But I just feel as though she should know better than to go to Bubba the Love Sponge. That's all.
you know, I know that that's a very very powerful back.
But maybe she knows shit we don't. Sorry, let's go.
And then I thought, oh my God, if I get left any money or if Nick gets left any money, you know, no offense, but my mom has been known to kind of find herself in the mix with, you know, things like that. And I'm like, I don't want to fight Linda. I don't want to fight Scientology. I don't want somebody that I love to get knocked off. I don't know how deep this stuff goes. Like, you know, it scared me. And I just said, I want out. And I hoped that my dad, you know, and it was never about money. I had hoped that my dad at least trusted me with his IP, like his intellectual property and his trademarks and stuff, because like I said, I would have done the right thing and upheld his, you know, I would have made him an Elvis legacy, you know, or a Marilyn Monroe legacy, or a Selena.
And that's what it should be. There should be like a Hulk Hogan's estate, the Hulk Hogan ranch, the Hulk Hogan whatever, where it's just his shit that's like a theme park. Dolly World or whatever, right?
Legacy. And I hope that whoever has his marks does that. I just know that the people around him are...
Yeah, Lincoln, can I have your money then, Brooke? I'll take your money then, Brooke.
Pretty shady and not in his best interest. You know, I was pretty mad. I wrote someone in that camp a pretty scathing text message saying, nobody's telling him to sit down. Everybody's there for a paycheck. Everybody is there egging him on because you guys are getting paid. And I said, nobody said, Dad, sit down. You know, you don't need to be doing this. Everybody's egging him on. Everybody's pumping his ego, you know. And I said, it's killing him.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. And he looked like worse for wear a couple times there on TV and podcasts, and his eyes looked very like Elky eyes, just being honest. But if he was also struggling with cancer, which we didn't know about, and he's still he was retaining muscle and not looking terrible and shit. If that's the case, then maybe he was like, fuck it, I just gotta like work my ass off as much as I can. Like when I tried to lay low and do nothing is when I started fucking, because some people say that you retire, you stop working, and then that's when you die. You know, it's like your body's like, whatever, fuck it, ain't shit to do. So I don't know. I did agree with that notion personally, but I don't know like Brooke knows, but just in my opinion as a fan, right? I was like, at first I was critical. Damn, they're pushing him to the limit. Like, he should just chill. That's what I said on this show numerous times. But then near the end, when we find out about like, oh, he had leukemia, it's like, well, maybe he made the decision like, fuck it, I just got to go. You know, because some people do that and just leave the Walter White thing. Well, I can make all this. Fuck it. Just start this restaurant. Fucking, buy this beer. Let's flip the company for $1 billion or try to 500 million, whatever the fuck. Like, I totally understand. But do you think Brooke Hogan deserved a piece of her father's iconic legacy? Is a question Ringside News asked. I do, but she opted out, which is her mature choice. So Brooke Hogan reveals to her dad that Hogan knew Bubba wasn't the one who leaked the S-tape.
You what?
But that's a conspiracy, no? Like, what does she know that we don't know that made her go? Because she clearly saw how the Bubba stuff affected her dad's life. What made her go, I'll go talk to him, and he's actually not as bad as everyone thinks. Although I do think if you go back and listen to all the shit he was saying after and just throwing Hulk under the bus, fuck Bubba, the love sponge. But hey, that's just me. Oh, I'm one of these guys too, right? The radio. I'm on the radio, guys. Yeah.
I want to tell you that I was down to my dad's gym with him back when they set up the sting operation at the Sand Pearl, and him and David Houston got wired up because somebody was going to try to extort them for the tape. And my dad told me that he knew it wasn't you that leaked the tape. And I've been watching you take the heat for it, and I've been hearing you,
Okay, but here's the fucking thing. Bubba tells this whole... No. And listen, I love Brooke, but Bubba himself has told this whole thing. Like, he had a physical copy of it in a safe at, like, the radio station or whatever. Okay? So Bubba is entirely guilty in his own mind. And now he's like, oh, Hulk didn't think I leaked it? No, Brooke, I don't think you understand. He's, like, fully stooged. He had a physical copy of it at his work for some reason. Like, not hidden around his house or buried in the backyard or, he was making money hand over fist at the time, like over on some property or some other property or something. He had it at, at his studio. So, nah, I don't give him a pass for this.
Say sorry. And I know that, you have a guilty conscience, but my dad
told... The radio station is his house. Nah, dude. This is when Bubba used to... He was back in, like, the big money radio days. Bubba was on the air, dude. And he would go down to wherever, like, what was he on? Sirius, He was at, like, the radio station, the actual satellite radio, whatever the fuck he was on at the time. When this all went down. Now he just does shit. Yeah, I'm sure he just built an extension onto his house like everybody does. That's, it's just cost efficient, and it makes a lot of sense. They have someone in a body bag on this fucking this AEW show so bad.
Told me the real story that, it was your home files, when you got divorced, that you ran down off your security footage thing when Heather had to get all of her stuff out of the house. And he said that somebody's, one of your employees had it. And that they took it from you, and he knew it wasn't you. I want to just apologize because I know that it was not only devastating for me, obviously, because I was the butt of the joke.
Damn, man. So Brooke, she said a lot. Now they did like an hour-long thing. Go watch it, but it's awesome that Bubba just uploaded all these shorts. He was smart on this, I saw his blood work every time. So she also, another X-Files, she questions, he was on the Stern Network, but his studio was his home at the time. Oh, okay, good. So there you go. You just dummied me up there to that. So I didn't know that. So he kept it in the studio in his home.
Dummy, yeah.
Okay. The way because when you hear him explain it, it's like, okay, so you brought this to where you work. Like, what the fuck? Why would you do that? So, okay, I guess if it's attached to his house, all right. He was making millions of dollars and shit. Why the fuck? It's just the fact that was the case is stupid. And he's almost copped to it. So I don't know. I don't expect Brooke to listen to all of Bubba's shit over the years when it comes to her dad, but even he was shocked to hear that Hogan didn't think it was him, brother. You know, why didn't Jimmy Hart tell him that? Because, you know, like Bubba's leaking that shit about what happened to Hogan as well, speculating on his trachea and all that. But Brooks speculates on his leukemia. So I don't know if she's like, I saw his blood work the entire time, but then she said she didn't speak to him in 3 years. So again, it's like, I don't know. It's hard to weed through all of this sometimes.
Like me and Jen went through all the surgeries together, and we'd take
Was
shifts.
this after, like, okay, so they take shifts.
And that's what has me puzzled, because, you know, they're saying, oh, he had leukemia. And I'm like, I saw his blood work every time. One doctor, I quote, said his blood is like a 25-year-old. I mean, he took the most care of his body.
So like 3 years ago, they said that, you know, that's where, or did she just not talk to her dad, but kept up on his blood work? You know, that's where I'm like, I'm confused about this part. And maybe she elaborates more in the hour-long thing, but yeah.
And his blood, I mean, he was going to an anti-aging specialist, and what also, you know, just being through all the surgeries, you have to do a blood panel before any major surgery. How did nobody catch, you know, a high white blood cell count? That's what bothers me the most, you know? And I'm like, we don't have cancer that runs in our family. It seems weird. Like me and Jen went through all the surgeries together, and we'd take shifts. And that's what has.
Yeah, that's definitely curious to me. Maybe I need to hear the entire thing though. And I implore everybody to check it out. So Brooke Hogan on Hulk Hogan's wife pushing marriage on him real hard, and concerns about her ties to Scientology. So let's listen to this. This is a bit longer of a clip. However, she's like, I'm not against Sky, but I am concerned about the Scientology shit, which I would be too. I'm with her on that.
And so I was like, well, that's not a worry, you know, and she's nice and she's cool. And, you know, I don't really want to go into too much detail about our conversations, but he was saying, you know, she's pushing the marriage thing real hard. And I said, well, Dad, you don't have to do what you don't have to do. You know, I mean, you can, you know, and that's when we had the conversation. And I said, well, why don't you, and he's like, I'm trying to figure out a way, you know, out of this thing, whatever. And I said, well, blame it on me. And he goes, well, if I broke up with her, it'd be really bad.
Damn.
And I said, what do you mean? And he goes, I don't want to get into it, you know, whatever. So, you know, that was the first kind of like thing that I was like, what the hell? Like, why would he say that? You know? So
I don't know how these like millionaire dudes, I'm lonely, brother. Like, how do they constantly fall for the same fucking shit over and over again with these women who do this crazy shit? You know, I don't get how it happens over and over and over and over again in Hollywood, especially.
So, I don't know, somebody that brought it to our attention that, you know, she was a Scientologist. She said she was a Scientologist, but she said she left. But I started digging a little bit deeper, and she's, you know, and this doesn't mean, trust me, I don't know really much about Scientology, so I'm just, you know, telling you kind of what my digging did.
Right.
She's still in good standings.
Mercedes Monet's got more belt on her than Haystacks Calhoun.
You know, and when I brought that up to my dad, he goes, oh, well, she just doesn't want to, you know, leave because she still wants her kids to be able to see the grandparents and this and that. Her grandparents are like highest level, like OT8, I believe, or her parents. And, you know, it just, to me, I actually, God bless his soul, I actually called Mike Rinder and talked to him.
Really?
And he didn't have very savory things to say. You know, so I kind of told my dad, I said, you know, listen, this is what I have. I had a friend that was ex-FBI look into the situation. And I was kind of, you know, really going to bat for my dad and saying, hey, you know, like, you need to be careful. You know, like, if you want to date her, cool. Just don't get married. You know, just don't get married. Just, you don't have to. And I was concerned about everything else too. I was concerned about what happens. You know, he had all of this real memorabilia in the beach shop. The Thunder Lips cape was hanging next to the coffee machine in the Orlando
I just watched Mr. Daddy last night.
Location. And I said, Dad, let me take all the stuff. Let me put it.
Threw it on as mindless. Everyone was talking, eating dinner, but Mr. Daddy was on.
In a locked storage unit, temperature controlled. like, let's get replicas made and put them on display. Who knows where all that stuff is now that he died?
Or
Who knows?
where's it going to
Running
go?
the shop with him. Who knows? Who knows where all of his beautiful memorabilia is? I don't have one single thing of my dad's. I said, can I have something for my children? Anything.
Yeah, it's quite sad. She's like, I want something, but I want to be out of the will. It's got to be tough for her, but just
and he told me he was never getting married again.
Making the right mature decisions in all of this. I think I'm just with her. I'm backing her 100%. I'm on the Brooke train here. So paramedics found, okay, listen, here's what Bubba had to say. He was wired for dialysis the morning he died, something no one knew at the time. They treated him for kidney failure on the way to the hospital and hit him with 2 doses of Narcan, but it wasn't enough. I mean, whatever. I don't
watching you talk about everything and you being so right and me being through 25 surgeries with him and knowing that man's health like a roadmap, as I say. It just made, I could tell that you cared and I could tell that you were worried and it pisses me off is that, and
sorry, yeah, my mic was muted. I don't know how long, but what did you guys miss that I said? Just the transition through the clip there. I just said I'm behind Brooke on this. I'm on the Brooke train. I think that she's just being mature about all of this. All of her, her position, her stance on all of this, and just her decision. Like, she's like, oh, I want some memorabilia and stuff, but like, I just don't want to get caught up in this bullshit. All of that I stand behind. I think she's just making the overall mature decision in all of this. And with this clip here, her inner circle, I just said, or Hulk's inner circle, she's like, I'm pissed off at them. And I was like, no, Jericho. So you guys missed my Jericho joke. It's not funny now. Let's continue.
I could tell that you cared and I could tell that you were worried and it pisses me off is that, instead of his people around him.
Not muted, actually unplugged my mic. Didn't realize I fucking, yeah, it's all good.
Telling the truth and being able to get people to pray for him and help him, even though I wasn't in contact with him for certain reasons. There are people, around him that, obviously I didn't want to tangle a-holes with, when a moment like this happened. God forbid, and unfortunately it has. Watch.
Fair. Okay, moving along. She says Sky Daly was always kind to her, but she was stunned by the sudden 180.
Just with his dating life, I mean, after Jen, he dated a couple people, and Sky was always super nice to me, but he was expressing some concerns, in that area, just with like how they got along and stuff. And I told him, I was like, hey, like if you need to end it, I said, I'll be your fall guy. Just say that I don't like her, or say, whatever. Like, I'm on your side. I'm on your team. Whatever you need from me, like, I got you. And then out of nowhere, it was like he did a 180 and started working with the person he just said screwed him over. And he said, I'm not getting married again. And then literally like 2 weeks later, he got married. It was just a really weird.
MK Ultra, brother. They got to me. The Dungeon of Doom finally got to me, brother. They brainwashed me and ultimately led to my demise, like Kevin Sullivan predicted, dude. Right? The Taskmaster. No, jokes aside, though, that is weird as fuck.
Turn of events, and me and him went back and forth on text messages, and I was like, Dad, like, this is the time for a fresh start. Like, this is the time to make the right decisions. This is the time for you to stop the madness. Like, let's not make another decision that blows our family up again. I said, you got more money than God. Let's just ride your boat right off into the sunset. Me and Jen had him in not mint condition, but pretty good.
It's stressful. R.I.P. Hulkster. So Ric Flair attended Hulkster's funeral, or what was it? A memoriam, memorial memorabilia. No, it was a service. Just celebration of his life. I'm not sure if they're, if he was being buried, if they carried the guy. I don't know. I just saw pictures of some people who showed up. Was it a wake? I have no. So, Ric Flair, I'm uncomfortable with death stuff, guys. If you guys can't tell, I just joke my way out if I try to, or I just get cringy. Even in heaven, he sold out again. The most beautiful funeral I've ever attended. So it was a funeral. There you go. Everyone was there, from Kid Rock to Triple H to Vince McMahon to Dennis Rodman. The whole world showed up to pay respect to the greatest of them all. Rest in peace, Hulkster. And there you go. So Kiera Hogan said, here's the full context. She said, yes, I said pro wrestling was always going to be a stepping stone for other things. And I meant that because wrestling has always been my first love. This is Kiera Hogan from AEW. I don't actually know if she's still signed to AEW, but I'm multi-talented and unapologetically ambitious. I knew from the jump that wrestling would open doors for me in fashion, TV, and beyond, just like it has for many others. I think I meant to put this in sicko, so Kiera Hogan. I'm a dummy. So, people got mad because she said wrestling was a stepping stone for her, like to other things, and she's like unapologetic about it. So, my bad. So Hulk Hogan gets buried, unfortunately, by Bret Hart, though, after he passed via the ringer. And Bret Hart trashes selfish bullshitter Hulk Hogan after his death, and he says, Hulk Hogan never did that for anybody, he never looked out for anyone but himself. I always thought the day I won the belt, Hulk Hogan would come up to me and pat me on the back and tell me how glad he was. I was the guy that he picked to pull the sword out of the stone for him. And, unfortunately, that's not how it was. The second I won the belt, I was the enemy, and I had what he wanted. And we were never really friends again after that. When I was a little kid, you go to school, elementary school, there's just always some kids that are bullshitters that just tell bullshit. Classic bullshitters, just the way that they are. But I think Hulk Hogan was a bullshitter. I always think, I always shake my hand and wonder why he was such a roadblock for me. He wouldn't do anything for me, and he made sure, and I know this as a fact, he made sure that when I was in WCW, he made sure that, they didn't do anything don't do anything with him. Just leave him. Have him sit on the bench in the dressing room. So that's what Bret Hart had to say about Hulkster, which is unfortunate. But Bret, don't let bygones be bygones, man. Like, once he fucking starts shitting on you, dude, he just doesn't like you. He's not going to stop. And once he's not going to be unprofessional, but once he takes a liking to you, he likes you. Once he's shitting on you, he's never going to stop shitting on you, basically, right? So that, ladies and gentlemen, was that was the intro to tonight's show. That was miscellaneous news.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm afraid I've got some bad news.
So let's check in with chat, and then we're going to get into some other news, okay? So let's see. Flair will have thousands of people at his services. He is a legend. This woman's match is an embarrassment. Will anyone be at Taker's funeral waiting for a sit-up spot? Oh, shit. Bret is such a miserable prick. Kiera Hogan has a nice ass. Okay. God damn it, Bret. 80% of Charlotte will show at his funeral. Jesus Christ, you guys. Chat is insane. Bret is a bitter fuck, but Hulk did take care of all his friends. How was Ospreay going to shit on Triple H for bumping up against a dime piece while he taking all that time off the world to tie a knot with? Okay. Oh my God, chat. No. Oh my God. Jesus Christ. Nothing will ever beat South Park Scientology episode. Yeah, dude, because it's true. Because it was true, Okay, let's get in. We scrolled up, you fucking guys. Oh my goodness. What are we doing next here? We got some TNA news to get into. It's still the intro, folks. We don't have a lot of TNA news, okay? So just strap in. This will be short and sweet. That's what she said. Oh, go. Brock Lesnar's trending. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for TNA news. So here's Rikishi's comments on Zilla Fought 2. He's kind of pissed again, I guess, about, like, even though he was involved in TNA Slammiversary with Fourth Rope, Rikishi didn't like the outcome of the match and how long the match was, which we all noted while watching it live as well.
Debut this past weekend at Slammiversary. So your nephew debuted with I think his name is Joshua Bishop, who had Sid Vicious vibes written all over him, and the real one, Joshua Bishop.
Who?
Yeah, I'm not familiar with him as well.
Oh, come on now, Keish. That's not very fair.
Oh, but he does resemble Sid Vicious a lot.
Yeah.
But this is somebody I did know was the real one, Enzo, who was the real one, Enzo.
Who? Oh shit.
Bada bing, bada boom. So let me get your thoughts on
get the broom.
On Zilla Fought 2. What did you think about his debut?
God, Keish. Yo, you guys are going off on Bret Hart about being a bitter old fuck. Look at Keish, man. He's burying everybody. If you're not a Samoan dude, he just buries you.
But TNA, they were victorious, so that's really well. He debuted in TNA and had his first victory. What are your thoughts?
Here's my thought on it. You know, I get it. Your pop's friend was Jeff Hardy, right? If he had long hair, I would have thought it was Jeff Hardy out there. Like on the independent circuit, Zilla's been building his brand out there. You know, that's Umanga's, son. And when you finally get onto a big screen like that, had to be his big television broadcast opportunity, right? I didn't see why, he would put the paint on his face.
I fucking agree, Rikishi. That's what I was just thinking, and I was going to pause and say that, and I was going to listen to his critique and go, he shouldn't have put the paint on his face either because he just looked like generic face paint guy, generic gimmick guy in TNA. That's the thing. He doesn't really do that, and when we looked at the clip of Zilla on Subway Mania, just like he has a good face and like the facials he makes and shit works for him. Like, I don't know why you'd hide that shit with the red face paint and then an all red gear. He looked like, I don't know. It just wasn't the right. He has way doper gear than the all red fit too. If you look at some of the stuff he's worn on the indies, and I agree, and at least Kishi's keeping it real. But why is he burying all of Zilla's friends? Like, bro, those are Zilla's friends.
For me, it wasn't good marketing. Like, I felt like you were marketing Jeff Hardy. Jeff Hardy does not need any marketing. Jeff Hardy is an icon in his own right. I get it. You love Jeff. Jeff loves your pops, but your pops is not here anymore. So. At the end of the day would you have gone, I feel that, him coming out as himself, as, who people see us as, would have benefit him a lot more than coming out with a paint by
Imagine you're like Queen Aminata, you've been grinding in AEW for like 2 years, or like 3 years, maybe even longer. You're sky blue. You just came back injured yourself, gone through barbed wire, needles, thumbtacks, pins, all this shit, broken your leg, all this shit for AEW. You're one of these girls in this match, and then fucking Alex Windsor comes in because she's Bruv's girlfriend and fucking just gets shot up in a title match territory without any build. No one knows who she is. Crowd doesn't fucking react to her. Holy shit, man. Tony Khan. This is why people say this company's dead. No one will ever get over
Jeff Hardy. And I believe Jeff Hardy had similar paint on him, that night, because that's what Jeff Hardy does, is paint his face. So I don't know who talked that kid into, painting his face, Again, is to be able to, I feel like he's still learning, right? And I watched the match. I wasn't too. I wish I was there in the locker room to help orchestrate.
This dude who screen grabbed this is getting texts and shit. That ain't me.
His spots.
What is that? An Android or something?
Because you got a lot of guys in there that are a lot more advanced. And then when you have a young kid in there, there's just so much happening, right? He's excited. It's first time on this big stage, big platform of TNA. I get it. But if you watch the whole thing, he started. Didn't do too much there. And then the spots go on, Enzo and all these other guys coming through, showing their working ability. And then he comes back again. Zilla rolls back in. Boom, did another spot. Outside he goes again. But the spot wasn't to benefit him. It was to benefit those. And then at the end of the match, which out of nowhere, he comes up with the flying spike and hit, which was, to me, I'm not saying this because he's my nephew, but that was the most exciting move to me in that short match. So you got Enzo that cut a promo for 24 hours. And all it was about Enzo.
Yeah.
And then he promoted this guy and promoted Zilla, damn near told Zilla's whole, we don't need to rewind to tell us, his personal, he's been locked up, but we already know that story. We don't need to personally say, the kids, it's out there like that. If you got that much time.
Well, he's saying what he thinks. You got to respect that. So both A&E and CW have reportedly been rumored to be in talks for a new TNA TV deal. The Observer late to the party as usual, but Switchblade says CW would be a game changer in the race for number 2, would be a no-brainer for CW. Can't see WWE being on board with it because you don't want the possibility of TNA competing and possibly doing close to NXT numbers. A&E wouldn't be too bad either. So, yeah, either one of those would work good. CW would be fun, but Switchblade does have an interesting perspective there, and he's like, well, I don't know if WWE wants that, because what if TNA gets bigger than NXT? They just swoop in and buy it. That would be my answer, but maybe it's not as simple as that. Maybe TNA goes, well, no, we have a better show than yours now, and we can, whatever. Like, that could happen, man. And there was talks of, should TKO buy TNA, and it didn't happen yet. And maybe they're waiting, like, hey, if you get the TV deal, we'll buy. Maybe they've already talked about all that, and they're 10 steps ahead of everybody. But Switchblade bringing up an interesting point, a very quick and clever fellow there. So George Iceman, the personal concierge of TNA's Ash by Elegance, appears on NXT, warning JC Jane that Ash will take her TNA Knockouts Championship on Impact. So again, just more NXT-TNA going on. And TNA Wrestling's Mike Santana on the reaction to his loss at Slammiversary. So he told Giga Chad Van Vliet, he said, I said it after we went off the air. I got on the mic because the crowd was just unhappy. I was like, there's a riot rumbling in here, so let me calm them down a little bit. I told them that I had wrestled in that building twice before in throwaway matches, like 4 or 5 minutes or whatever. I was like, it's crazy. I went from the throwaway to the main event. I went from undesirable to undeniable. And what a journey it's been. It was one of those full circle moments. If you believe in yourself, you make anything possible. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was TN fucking A news. Let me check in with chat, and then, let us get into some AEW news, the hot pressing stuff. Chief Wahoo for 2 says, lay off the Iranian tobacco quiche. Who? Yeah. The what? Huh? What now? Hey, man. He's just speaking his truth, as the kids would say, right? Monkey Balls for 5 says, Windsor only has a job because she grinds. Okay. She grinds. You super chatted in. I got to read it. She grinds on the boss's favorite, looks at crowd with dumb look on my face. I get it. You're doing a callback to what he said about fucking Triple H and how sweet it is, the irony, right, Monkey Balls? Right? It's, hey, you pointed it out, not me, but how sweet the irony is all the time. It happens all the fucking time with AEW. And how funny it is that we've come along and Windsor's getting this push over all these other women that people want to see get pushed, that haven't even gotten built up properly, who still aren't where they should be in the ring, being put in these big like four ways, and they're not developed where they should be. Sky Blue would be a massive star in NXT and WWE. And Queen Aminata's great, and she's been there for years just grinding. Out here grinding, right? Who sings that? Akon? 'Cause I'm out here grinding, I think. Right? Is that the right one? Anyways, you're right, dude. And then Windsor just comes in. The crowd doesn't really give a shit. And then they're doing all these side things. Well, here's Athena and Tony and Alex, and they just stare each other down and all have matches coming up. But there's nothing here. There's no real story to any of this. Oh, Bruv's girlfriend got signed. Isn't it a big deal? No. Oh, she won this four-way against three other women who are either have returned or are being built up, I thought. And now three of them just lost. And then one of them gets glommed and made to look stupid by Monet, and then Athena comes out and stares down Monet, and Tony Storm's in there. What the fuck? Like, build people up, push people, man. And, I mean, yeah, you said it. He's, grinding up on someone's door. I mean, there you go, dude. Look, like, you're going to get mad at nepotism now, Ospreay? Keep the same fucking energy, dude. Bruv Brian. You want a Bruv Brian? Here, I got you. Guys, I acknowledge super chatters. Guys, you can super chat in, become a member for only 99 cents. YouTube.com/@ProWrestleClips. We're almost at 7K subs. We're like 40 away or something. So get us there. On the other channel, we got past 2K subs, so shout you guys out for that. I have a Patreon as well if you support what I do. Hit like, subscribe, retweet. Yeah, tell me you love the show. Tell me the show sucks, whatever. Appreciate you all for being here. Okay, so let's get into some more pressing issues. Or here, Ali Abdelaziz. Ali Abdelaziz. No, I'm not going to say what Connor said because we're on YouTube, but you guys know. So Will Ospreay's best friend was Ryan Smile, who is the father of Alex Windsor's child. Is that real? Okay, wait, what? Let me reread that. Will Ospreay's best friend was Ryan Smile, who is the father of Alex Windsor's child.
You what?
Are you asking me? I don't know. I'm over here now. Within weeks of his deletion, they got together. B found out. B Priestley. So hold up. B Priestley is the former Blair Davenport, correct? And she dated Will Ospreay, correct? Before. And then Alex Windsor's ex, Ryan Smile, is her baby daddy. And he deleted himself. See, I don't know any of this, so I'm working this out in my brain along with you guys, okay? I didn't actually know any of this. And then they got together, and then B found out, so it was like a cheating scenario. Ooh, the hot tea here at PWT.
Emotional damage.
PWT, the T is for T. T-E-A-T. Right? Well, thank you for that, Ali Abdelaziz. You rat. I'm joking. Shout out Ali Abdelaziz. Thank you for the support. And that is crazy. I didn't know all that. So that's some Real Housewives of AEW type shit going on there. Crazy. So we've done La Parka lore. We've done Octagon, Pentagon lore. There is some Bruv lore right there on PWT. What a segment. Right there. The Fletcher verse. I like Fletcher, but it's just there. He's gonna like unveil a painting again or something. We're just going back to the well too many times. in AEW. It's nothing fresh or original. It's like feels like the same thing he was doing with Omega. It's the same thing he did with Omega. No? Like, what's different about any of it? So let's get into, oh God, we have a wild AEW news segment. Okay, are you guys ready for this? Y'all ready for this? Ali Abdelaziz, my suspicion is Ryan found out about Will Windsor cheat. Come on, man. That's a crazy suspicion to have. Yeah, I'm such a noob to everything that I'm not gonna like speculate on any shit like that, but quite interesting to say the least. Someone should make a video on that. Perhaps I could. But yeah, someone should make like a video breaking it down, and without maybe even what your suspicion is. You don't even have to imply that part. You can just, tell the story, perhaps. So Grapple Vision, get on that. Thomas Moore for 5 says, "I'ma just sip my tea." Yeah, dude, for real. You know what they say, dude. Be gone. That was the wrong one,
Sometimes
but
in life you gotta be a hoe.
yeah. Thank you. Imagine your best friend cheating with your child's mother. That is just absolutely foul, Finish the story. Like I said before, oh my God. Like I said before, those who live in glass houses cast the first stone. That's mega sketchy. Yeah. You just can't trust people like that if that's true. What happened to the Young Bucks? Miss October's like, dude, I missed so much. What the fuck is going on? Okay, let's get in. Guys, actually doing a run-in on this show. Ladies and gentlemen, Chris Jericho.
I look and see it's not just me. So many others have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. They call us problem child. We spent our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. Let me get wild. Yay!
I'm just assuming the likes on the Clips channel aren't up to 100. Run those likes up to at least 100. And let's, it helps the algorithm and all that shit, okay? There is like 350 plus watching on X and YouTube. So on YouTube, you guys got to run those likes up. I see you there watching. Okay. And then vote in the poll. Who do you think would win in a shoot fight, Mike Bailey or Bobby Lashley, okay? Because we're about to talk about all that stuff and more. Right before I went on air, Tony Khan was live too in a panic. Moxley's going to fight Mike Bailey. It's going to be awesome. So let me chug down some soda water. I have the pina colada soda water here. If you like pina colada or getting caught in the rain. So, ladies and gentlemen, everyone, if you're new here, everyone in chat, we all do this together, all at the same time together. Ichi ni sanda. For AEW News. I used to play the Friends theme, but it kept getting me flags on YouTube, so I had to cut them. Mike Santana told Giga Chad Chris Van Vliet about why he didn't want to stay in AEW, which is awesome.
You could have stayed in AEW, is what you're saying.
Could have. Yeah. And I care and I love this too much to just like, I don't know, man. Like I just couldn't sit on my ass. I could not do it. you know.
And him and Ortiz got in a physical confrontation over that. Ortiz was like, well, we can just chill, bro. And then now you look at Ortiz, he's retweeting people. We've covered it on the show, but just it's episodic. We chronicle things here, Jesus Christ. We chronicle things here. I'm also looking at this super sus painting of Callis again. It's what I said. They're going to rehash a painting again. This is exactly what he did with Kenny. Where's the new ideas here? Anyways, though, as we've covered on the show, Angel fucking Ortiz has gotten in the best shape of his life, and he's retweeting people going, yeah, I want to be on TV too, type shit. So you should have listened to Santana. But again, I'm not trying to diminish him. It's just let this be a lesson for young wrestlers out there or other talent who are like, damn, should I bet on myself? I made some money here in AEW. Fuck, should I really re-sign just because it's money? You know, save that fucking money Tony gives you and then figure out a plan, you know, to where you can maybe make a little less, but capitalize on your momentum and your newfound riches.
That was honestly like that whole situation and that whole, you know, time period was a big contributor to my addiction issues too, because I was just so unhappy, right? And I didn't know how to communicate that very well because I was angry. And, you know, like they say, you can't react off of emotion. And that was the only way I was going to react. So me not knowing how to communicate that is what like made me, I guess, drown into myself. And
so you were looking for an escape? Is that what it was?
Oh, 100%. Yeah.
Hell yeah. I'm glad he did. So Eddie Kingston on Instagram shows that he's getting back in the ring and training for his return. And he's like, fucking ring. And he's like, I do Muay Thai. These guys don't know. You guys don't know I do Muay Thai. Right? And we have a comment from him talking about, you know, him preparing for his return. He had this to say. It's somewhere up here. Eddie Kingston says he tells Cesar Bononi, and shout him out, by the way, helping people get healthy and stuff on his YouTube channel. I'm watching AEW and I'm seeing all this great shit that these guys are doing in the ring. And then like an emotional bitch, sometimes it happens. I tweet out like, what the fuck am I going to do when I come back? Because I'm thinking to myself, how am I going to fight these dudes? People can say whatever they want about wrestling, but my mental health is, how am I going to fight these dudes when they're this good and I wasn't even that good to begin with? Bro, what's with all this self-doubt all the time? That's why, and there's a healthy level of self-doubt, but like, goddamn, man, just makes you think like what all the guys said about him on the indies was true. He says, that's why that thing came out about me thinking about retirement. I don't want to fucking retire. I don't. But during that 4 or 5 months of doing PT once in a while, because my insurance are not going to do it all for weeks, I just sat in my own shit thinking like, yeah, man, fuck, well, I had fun. I did the G1, but I wanted to do more. Oh, fuck it. So I'm making excuses for why it's okay to quit. Yeah, Tony Khan gave this guy a bunch of fucking money. This is the first like crazy injury he's dealt with at a high level. And he's just like, I'm packing it in. I'm done and shit. I'm not trying to fucking be a hater, but Eddie Kingston, man, he cuts great promos. They booked him decently when Cody Rhodes was there. And then it just sort of, and then like him and Mox were kind of fun, but that's when it, like their vignettes and shit, their promos were fun when they were together, and their matches were fun and just like hardcore and stupid. But then that's where it just really flew off the rails. Like it was too much. And then Eddie just started falling off after that. Like, I'm sorry. NWA booked Eddie Kingston way better than AEW did. Just being honest. So moving along here, Brody King announced on Instagram a collaboration with Adidas and Brain Dead for limited boots and shoes. So that's awesome, dude. Come out to the Brain Slam wrestling event and make sure you RSVP and grab a pair. It's an extreme honor to work with two legendary brands, creating something so special. If you sign up for Brain Dead newsletter, you might be able to snag a pair. So yeah, man, he's teaming up with Adidas. And that's awesome. Good for him. I mean, it's a basic design. I think that's like Chavo Guerrero's boot design. Chavo Guerrero Sr.'s boot design. But hey, it is what it is, man. And good for him and good for Brodito. That's in a tag match tonight. Moving along here. Yeah, so Swerve blocked me. I don't know how that happened. I always put him over. Everyone I put over blocks me. So in other merch news, King Ricochet dropped a bald cap. Get it? It's a bald cap. Get it, guys? So it's just a hat that says bald. I mean, that's actually, if it wasn't just shitty, generic, like Microsoft Word font, basic font, I mean, that would actually be, that could be a cool brand, bald. And they make headwear. And like hair products and bald head care products and just things to do with your head. That would be a good fucking company right there. But just this generic fucking bald. Like, okay, who the fuck wears this? Where's this shit? Moving along here. So Dax FTR had a complete and utter meltdown goofball moment. Speaking of people who've blocked me that I've always put over. And, you know, there's some heat on Bobby Lashley we're going to talk about in a bit, and MVP, I guess. And that goes one way. But the people stooging the sheets and shit, I mean, FTR, there could be heat on other sides of things from other people who aren't stooging the fucking sheets, who have heat with FTR because they're just like company ball kiss stooges now. Okay. Or at least Dax is. All right. Now, that's an allegedly. Allegedly. But I'm throwing it out there. So Dax gets mad at Jimmy Corderas because Jimmy Corderas makes fun of Tony Khan. And so Dax, think about how crazy this is. This is like sicko behavior right here. He unblocks Jimmy Corderas to write him a fucking 2-page essay and then blocks him again. And I just...
You fucking mark!
MJF said it best, right? So Dax had this to say. Hey, Jimmy, I unblocked you just to let you know I have zero respect for you. Then why'd you unblock him to say this? Why would you punch down? So, like, do you have respect for random bot accounts? You respond to those too? What a goofy fucking thing to do. Hey, Jimmy, I just unblocked you to let you know I have zero respect for you. And then you go on to write a 2-page thing? Are you sure you're just not in your field?
Are you sure about that?
Imagine being as old as you are and your whole day. Imagine being as old as you are and unblocking a dude to write 2-page essay to him and then blocking him. Imagine being as old as you are and your whole day revolves around getting on Twitter to throw tantrums about a wrestling company you know nothing about. What doesn't he know about it? Observations about how shitty the referees are that we all make? Dax? My father-in-law is your age. Know what he likes to do? Hang out with his granddaughter. So how do you know Jimmy doesn't like to do that? Work around his house. How do you know Jimmy doesn't like to do that? He sits out in his yard and in his fucking house and makes ref and rant videos. Who gives a fuck? Visit us when he gets bored. He doesn't spend countless hours on Twitter begging for someone to interact with him because he has no friends or family in real life. Then why'd you block him? Why does that affect you? Why does what he say affect you so much where you're like, oh, I got to block this. And I'm in my feels so badly that I need to. Tony Khan's like my family. How dare you disrespect my family? That's every promo he cuts. Like, why do you care then so much? Like, why does what Jimmy have to say? It's because you're lying right now, Dax. He's a respected referee, has been for years. years, decades in the business, and you're in your feels over what he had to say about Tony Khan. Right? And so you're just punching down at Jimmy Corderas. I can understand why you dislike Tony. You worked for a man who embarrassed you on a weekly basis. Ooh. While you tried to hide in the back, hoping he didn't even notice you were there so you could keep collecting a check. So, like, how do you know Jimmy Corderas reffed some of the biggest matches, like, in that era? Why would you assume this? Like, did someone tell Dax a story? So you're making fun of the dweebly nerd kids who got bullied by a fucking boss, who got bullied by the big bad guy who thinks he runs shit. Like, you guys get what I'm saying? So you're making fun of him for being what? So you're pro-bully? So you're pro-bullying. Well, he's bullying Tony Khan. Tony Khan has billions of dollars. Billions and billions and billions of dollars. Well, he has feelings too. Okay, well, he shouldn't over this fucking glorified indie wrestling fed. It's pro wrestling. Well, some people take it seriously. Well, maybe that's why Jimmy takes it seriously, right? I'm having a fake argument with Dax right now, but it's because there's no point you could bring. Like, what the fuck are you doing? I bet you were shoved in lockers and people called you gay and gave you wedgies and swirlies. Haha, loser, fucking loser. Is that what you're doing? Huh. Interesting. I work for a man who cares about his talent. Really? So is that why Adam Cole got power bombed headfirst on an apron after already suffering vertigo and all this other shit from being concussed in the ring? Is that why Matt Hardy fell off a crane and they allowed him to continue wrestling? He cares about his talent. That's why Moxley got impaled with a spike bat in the back, because he cares about his fucking talent and he cares about their well-being. Really? Really? That's crazy. That's why people get in fights backstage and are slapping people and they're not getting phone calls and paying for their own injuries and all this shit, because he cares about them so dearly. Holy man. And their families. Okay. Ask the Jacksonville Jaguars how the Khans treat their families. Maybe that's why you guys aren't allowed to run Daly's place and you're forced to go out to these other fucking do residencies in Chicago. I'd rather work for a man like that than what you consider success. Well, here's the thing, Dax. Jimmy Corderas doesn't work for that man anymore. That man, no one, he fucking works for, he doesn't run shit in WWE. So what are you saying? This is like, okay, 6 years ago, this is a good assessment, I guess, maybe. But hey, I'm sure our priorities are way different. Your priority is talking shit on Twitter. My priority is blocking people, unblocking them to talk shit to them, and then blocking them again on Twitter. We're so different. I'm way better than you. Fuck, man. In other news, Dustin Rhodes, again, a guy who blocked me, who I've never said one bad, but listen, I just went off there. Like, come on, am I not spitting, chat? Let me fucking know if I'm cooking. Like, I already know, but come on here. Like, and Dustin, again, I would never say anything unkind about the Rhodes family ever. It's fine. I get it. I cooked Tony Khan in AEW, so people are going to block me. I knew that comes with the territory, right? So, but he says knees were both destroyed. I have to go under the knife August 21. They can't actually fix the damage, so we are getting 2 knee replacements. Damn, keep stepping. By the way, this is not the end. Yeah, man. I hope he has a speedy recovery. He doesn't need to be wrestling. He doesn't need to get stabbed in his fucking knees with scissors. At least he gave whatever screwdrivers. At least he gave that to Kyle Fletcher, though. But it's just meaningless on Collision. Let's just be honest, dude. Or unless they're just looking at it. I mean, like, Collision and Dynamite are going to start doing the same ratings in like a year or two's time. So maybe they just don't give a fuck. And it's like, yeah, just watch both shows. We'll just narrow it down to the sickos and then just lie about the streaming numbers or whatever. I don't know what the game plan is, but shout out Dustin Rhodes. And if that was his last match ever, I mean, okay, it would have been cool if because so many people have held the TNT title. What if he just retired the TNT title? And he was just like, I retire to get, but he tried to pass something on to Fletcher. They could have waited for a pay-per-view, but his knees, that's why they did it when they did it on Collision, because he had to go get surgery. So prayers up for him. Hope he feels better soon and heals up soon and recovers quick. And I'm not saying I want to see him back in the ring necessarily, but I'm also not like, God, that was a great send-off, It'd be awesome if he had a moment like Truth God or something, even though people fucking got mad and now Truth's still on the roster doing nothing, right? Sometimes it's good to just let things go, guys. So we have more news here about AEW before we get to the Bobby Lashley stuff. And ownership stuff. We have some viewership stuff. The Chargers-Lions game, speaking of viewership, on Thursday drew 6.9 million viewers simulcast on NBC and Peacock, NBC Digital. Peacock, NBC Digital viewership made up of 691K viewers, which is 10% of the total viewership. Only a fool would believe AEW does 300K to 500K on Max. Thanks. So, look, guys. NBC drew 6.9 million viewers for Chargers-Lions on Thursday, marking the best Pro Football Hall of Fame game since Cowboys-Steelers, when Fox drew 7.31 million viewers. The game on Thursday peaked at 7.8 million, okay? Peacock and NBC Digital made 10% of the viewership, guys. 691K of that figure, making NBC's best preseason streaming audience yet. We have BJ Bethel and Dave Meltzer and Dumbfucks telling you they study the fucking business, telling you that AEW on Max is doing 500,000. Think about that shit. Here we go. Again, where's the numbers? We don't know the numbers. Yes, we can look at things like NBA and NFL and just compare it and go, there's no way they're touching that. It's got to just be way less than that. Like, just, being honest with your fucking self.
Dummy. Yeah.
But of course, Dave and his fucking...
poor people don't like AEW.
So, yeah, just more evidence that I wanted to bring to AEW News that they are not doing the numbers that these people claim that they're doing. Here is MJF singing Radioactive in high school.
I'm waking up to ash and dust. I wipe my brow when I sway my rust. I'm breathing in the chemicals. I'm shaking it and shipping up and checking out on the prison bus. This is it, the apocalypse. I feel it in my bones, enough to make my system blow. Welcome to the new age, to the new age. Welcome to the new age, to the new age.
Yeah, man, he's a very talented gentleman, and I think he's going to do good stuff in Hollywood as well, like already chalking up producer credits and stuff, like, and just bit parts in Sandler. Like, he's not just appearing in any bullshit, and it makes sense for him. And I just hope he has continued success. He's going to end up in WWE. And I'm kind of glad he's getting away from the Hurt Business stuff, and he's a light heavyweight champion in CMLL, whatever. He's trying to get his name out there internationally and stuff, or across North America. And I'm all game with that. And MJF, he'll figure it out as he gets older and gets more refined. And he's still young in this game, he'll figure it out by the time he gets to WWE. A lot of people think he'll be played out. I've even said it too, but I'm kind of coming back around on him. Like, I think he'll get it together. He'll shake all this shit. He'll come to WWE and he'll just be more Ric Flairish. He'll still be his own thing, but just more in like a Flair way. So here's the other thing about their numbers, though. Fight Oracle says the pay-per-view numbers seem difficult to believe. An insane percentage of the viewers are buying $50 pay-per-views in an era when even UFC pay-per-views are not selling well. Exactly. So I believe these are Meltzer's estimates, okay? So Revolution 2025, 135,000 buys roughly. Now, this is fake, man. This has to be Meltzer's numbers. Now, again, I don't care if they do 135,000. I don't care if they do 200,000 buys. But if these are Meltzer's estimates, which I believe they are, because he's the only guy, he'll make some shit up. We covered it on the show. He added 30% out of nowhere because of Amazon. And Brian Alvarez was like, well, Dave, like, I don't even think people watch boxing, buy boxing pay-per-views on Amazon. Like, I don't think it should be about a 30% increase. And then he's like, everyone we polled about 30% on Max. Like, he just keeps adding 30%. We've covered this innumerable times. They're like 3 or 30, right? He's like Jim Carrey in that movie 23. He's just finding 3 and 30% and just adding it to shit. So we covered this. And he reported in the Observer, it's from sources that, there's the pay-per-view did about 130,000 buys or whatever. And on his show, he's like, Amazon should add 30%. And then he talked about how the pay-per-views previously did about 100,000 buys. And then he said Amazon should add about 30. And then the Observer, like a week later, is like, oh, they did 135,000 buys or whatever. We covered it on the show. Like, he and the source is him. So he added the 30%. This should almost be in Dave Meltzer's dumb moment here, to be honest. But just minus 30% from all these. And that's the true number, roughly, I would say. At least as far as like the end of 2024 through 2025. Hey, in 2023 and shit, maybe they were doing that much. And then it just seems fishy. All in did 200,000. Like, it's kind of like how he just adds a 0.5 just because, like, Osprey's in a match to his star ratings. I'll just add like a 50,000 because, well, of course, why wouldn't it be more? He doesn't really fucking know. That's the thing. So quite interesting to look at. And Fight Oracle's just like, bro, I don't believe this. And he studies the shit, like. It's not his job or anything, but he's got a good grasp on all of this TV deal. He's an investor, smart guy, that Fight Oracle. So speaking of smart guys, my pal Awful Wrestling says Mortis will do any TikTok video. She wants to stay on TV. That's love. So here's Mortis and Mercedes. Where are they, in a church? Are you mocking Gouda? Oh, my brother, testify. Devon, get the tables on his ass. He's mocking Gouda. Go with Christ, brah. Yeah, so there you go. There was no sound on that, by the way. So, let's see here. We got a couple more things. So, yeah, let me check in with chat, and then we'll get into like the big juicy juice stories, okay? Cyanotic Spaz. Nice. Became a new member. Hopefully I said that correctly. Conan! Thank you for becoming a member. And guys, memberships are 99 cents. You get access to my Monday bonus shows too. Lincoln Hawk for 5 says Eddie is right. Talentless overweight hack isn't a division in AEW. Oh, fuck.
Exactly. No pop.
Smashed your knee to oblivion.
Oh, dude, you just smashed him to oblivion there. Jesus. Plenty and Pixel Art. Shout out Lincoln, and he'll drop the Discord link in there, guys. Come hang out in Discord. Plenty and Pixel Art for 5 says if you search for career deletion in the dictionary, you'll see a picture of Dax Harwood in a bald cap. Yeah. The Osprey kind. Oh, shit, man. Yeah, I don't know what's up with him. Bitch. I don't get it, man. It is what it is, Like, I get batting for your company and sticking up for Tony, but I mean, there's heat on them too, on FTR, or at least Dax, for being such a kiss ass. Guaranteed. I guarantee that. I bet MVP is going to stooge a whole shitload, and there's going to be even more meltdowns on his fucking on his pod. And it's crazy. He's just saying and doing all this while he's employed there. I think that's nuts. Sky Hogan, dude, has been a member for 11 months. Thank you so much for being a member. Round of applause for the PWT Universe Super Chatters. If you've hit like, if you've come and said what's up, voted in the poll, all that good shit. Who do you think would win in a shoot, Mike Bailey or Bobby Lashley? We're about to get into all of that, and AEW's ownership and Tony Khan's cringe video. Might sound crazy, but it ain't no lie. I want an El Grande Americano and Pro Wrestling Noah. Yeah, like a Japanese version. Scorpio Sky, yeah. There's sticking up for your company, then there's Dax Harwood. What are you doing? Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I don't know what the fuck people are doing. 94 likes. Run those up to 100. Good job, Clip Channel. Run those up to 100, and it helps the algo and all that good shit. So what should we get into? Let me drink some coffee here. I have iced coffee as well. Okay, so Miss October 30 says, so much crying on Twitter from AEW. You're goddamn right. We're about to get into it here.
Wrestling's not fake!
So Brandon Thurston tweets this out in regards to, as we've been chronicling here at PWT, you know, Tony Khan's being sued, and so is John Moxley and all this shit, and it was going to go to federal court, and then the federal court or something, and I think I'm explaining this correctly, was like, well, we're not going to allow you to not reveal who like owns the company as part of this, otherwise we'll just kick you back to state court. So they just accepted that, like they redacted who owns the company from all their legal filings and shit. You know, they're trying to hide something. Like they wouldn't do this if they weren't just trying to hide some shit to some degree. I feel like, right? Like, why hide this? And we're going to hear takes from John Alba and Thurston here and everything. But I do think in Tony's mind that hiding if that WBD owns some of the company is a big deal to him. I don't think it's super nefarious. If I have to X-Files myself, it's not going to expose that Dave owns anything. Like, as the guy who literally made up the fucking rumor, I think it was me who made up the rumor, like Dave owns 3%. That'd be weird if it came out he owned like 3%. Now, I admit, like, I was just throwing that out there. Like, I'm just making fun of Dave. He's always making up 30% and 3% and times 3 and all this shit, right? I think it's more pathetic than you think. Okay, than we think. I don't think he owns any of it. I think AEW is just like his wet dream come to life, and Tony's sinking billions, and Dave can text him and have influence over people's jobs there the way that he couldn't do in WCW or WWE or anywhere else. So he's going to just shill this shit to the end because he's made money over the years and shit. Like, Dave, it's not about that for him, you know? It's about just like finally a wrestling company where people kiss his balls and he can, you know, talk with the owner on the phone and the owner listens to what he's got to say and blah, blah, blah. I really think it's that pathetic. It really is just that pathetic. So WBD owning a chunk, though, I could see Tony Khan wanting to keep that out of the public spotlight, WBD. And why? Because shit's rocky over there. Everyone's clowning them, like even in the Hollywood entertainment side of things, everyone's clowning WBD. And also it would explain why they fucking keep them on TV. Like, well, we own some of this, so it gives us more financial incentive to like keep this shit on TV and help, you know, with find the advertising. And if Tony Khan, and if we own a chunk of it, then that means like Tony Khan, our TV deal, we could just say we're giving them 180 and we could give them 80 and Tony Khan could just foot the bill which is what some people theorize. Like people way smarter than me who know way more about this shit. Okay? That's all I'll say about that. There's people, Eric Bischoff, for instance, has floated shit like that out there before, theories like that out there before. I mean, this isn't some, like, it wouldn't be a shock if they own more than what Thurston's saying here as well. And I think if they owned like a quarter even of AEW, Tony would want to hide that, and it would make sense why they're just like, yeah, whatever. We'll like, we're going to just keep pushing this thing because we own some of it. So whatever, we'll just sell our chunk off if it doesn't work out or whatever. Right. Maybe because I'm just speculating here. Like, why else would he be hiding this shit? You know, and I'm not good with all the legal stuff. So I don't know why else he'd be hiding this shit. But Brandon Thurston had this to say: I believe WBD holds less than 10% of AEW, not Beatnik, which is a Khan family LLC. So this would not reveal anything about WBD. Beatnik owns AEW. The two trustees beneficiaries are likely Tony Khan and Shanna Khan. Florida public records show they are the two authorized members of Beatnik. So AEW Rev Tracker says authorized member is not the same as ownership, but you are likely correct. Any financial stake in AEW would be within the All Elite Wrestling LLC and not have to be disclosed in this type of annual report, as it only includes authorized members. Yeah, I mean, yeah, so there you go. They got it nailed down there, I suppose. But he believes WBD holds less than 10. Why would he even believe that? Is my whole thing. I think they own more than that, and that's what Tony's trying to hide. And I don't even know if they're saying, well, we wouldn't even see that part. Okay, cool. And other people are like, why do you care who owns AEW? Because we care. We're nosy people now in 2025. We care who owns the NBA. We care who owns each team in the NBA. We care who owns WWE. We care who fucking writes the show. We, you know, it's the age of information, as they call it, right? So we all just want to know this shit, and we need answers. We need answers. There's some questions that we just need answered. Because there's things that don't make sense with AEW that are just like, okay, so this has to be the only explanation. And then you get condescending assholes like Dave not like trying to tell you otherwise. And so people are curious now. That's all. So Thurston says this is probably going back to state court. No, this would not disclose anything about WBD's possible ownership, as it would disclose Beatnik's ownership, not AEW. So there you go. So it's who owns Beatnik, I guess. Why AEW is being secretive about this information is unclear. Okay, so then this makes it even sketchier for me. So if they're just like, it's fucking, it's you know, this Beatnik deal or whatever. It's this other company. It's this other LLC. Then why is he being sketchy about it? Maybe just because it doesn't matter, or I don't fucking know, man. But the court wouldn't accept it. So if it didn't matter, then they wouldn't have been like, the federal court wouldn't have been like, get the fuck out of here. Right? So it is curious to see what comes of this all. Like, just the fact that Tony just won't disclose it is making more people talk about it rather. It's more of a talking point now. And people just want to stick their noses in the business more and more and more because of it. He should have just disclosed it right off the rip, and then people wouldn't care. They'd be like, oh, see? No Dave Meltzer, whatever. Or like, no. And Dave doesn't have anything to do with Beatnik or any of that. So I don't know. It'll be interesting once it happens, but I told you guys a while back, I don't think it's going to like blow anyone away. It's just going to be funny to cover it and see the meltdowns and the reactions from the sickos and wackos, you know, but I don't think it's going to like blow. Dave owns 50% of the company. And like, I don't know then if this will disclose, like, does Jericho own 1%? Do the Elite own 1% each? Like, I could see Tony have like giving some of these guys, yeah, here's 1% of the company and shit. Like even early on in the whole thing. That would not shock me at all if we discovered that, but I don't know if this will reveal any of that. I don't know. I don't know, as Lex Luger would say, right? So update on this. AEW today says it won't file an unredacted version of its filing. It's the first time AEW's ever done something unredacted. Am I right, guys? That would disclose the trustees and beneficiaries behind Beatnik, the entity that controls AEW. The judge said he would remand this back to state court if AEW didn't disclose. Yeah, so they just chose not to. They're like, nah, dude, we're redacted. And so John Alba had this to say. So this Don Dada gentleman says, John, why do you think AEW didn't want to disclose the information that the judge wanted? Alba says, I don't know, but Beatnik Investments LLC, AEW's parent company, was established 2 years before AEW launched, so its business goes beyond AEW. Then why are they hiding anything? That's the fucking question. Then what are they hiding? What's the point of not... So that's all up in the air, and I'm curious to see what comes of all of that. You know? So moving along here, we have AEW. Yeah, we have the Bobby Lashley stuff here. So let's get into the MVP stuff and all that. I'll check in with chat here. Thomas Moore for 2 says, Linda Hogan is the GOAT, dude. He's the GOAT, brother. I don't agree. King Dingaling has been a member for 2 months, says at least Ricochet on X can be funny and occasionally has legit arguments. I disagree. I think he's unbearably cringe and not in a way that makes you want to go see him wrestle or anything. It's just a turnoff. Drew McIntyre is how you heal on social media. Dax would seem less a cuck if he took a Tony Money shot in the ring. Tony Money shot in the ring. We'll rule you. Oh, man. 626 for 2 says Mossad has leverage on Beatnik. Beat Nick Khan? Nick Khan? We cracked the case, Brian.
Best guys, Tony Khan.
Oh, man. It is weird. Yeah, it's Jeffrey Epstein. Owns fucking part of AEW. No. Release the files, Tony. Oh, shit, man. The world's fucking cooked, man. I'm just here to laugh at it. No, Hogan looks like the GOAT. Oh, come on. That's not very fair. That's not very fair. 100 likes. Georgie Porgy says, hell yeah, dude. We're cooking tonight. Okay, 400 watching. Like, subscribe. YouTube.com/at Pro Wrestle Clips. We're almost at 7K subs. Get me to 7K subs, you fuckers. And, yeah, I appreciate you guys for being here, and consider becoming a member for supporting the show, everything I do. Patreon as well. Check it out. Links are everywhere. Thank you, guys. Okay, more news. So I'll give you guys Tony Khan.
Best guys, Tony Khan.
So AIR Gold throws this out there. Rumor has it that Hurt Syndicate have refused to put people over. MVP has been influencing Bobby and Shelton to say no to things. MVP has backstage heat with important people in creative. MVP has issues with Speedball. HS time in AEW may be coming to an end. That would be awesome if Tony bought them out, and they should go to TNA like they should have at the start and go reunite with Cedric Alexander and go do some big poppin' shit over there. That would be way fucking better. What's the second point? MVP has issues with Speedball. Yeah, because listen, man, when real martial arts guys, here's the first things first, okay? And we're going to cover this, okay? Again, because we did in the past already on the show, and I talked about it, like, and the polls in the chat, who would win in a shoot, Lashley or Bailey? Listen, we learned in UFC 1 that grappling martial arts, unless you're fucking Steven Wonderboy Thompson and are like the outlier best of the best to ever bring a karate style to a high level in mixed martial arts, right? Unless you're like MVP, Michael Venom Page MVP, that whole karate style shit the kicks and everything, that shit don't work in MMA, bro. Oh, I'm a black belt in Taekwondo. That shit don't work against D1 wrestlers or Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu brown and black belts. And shit don't work. I'm sorry. Like, they figured out how to nullify that a long time ago. Yes, there are exceptions. Chocolate Elf ushered in an era of the sprawl and brawler, right? Where everyone was getting wrestle fucked. So then guys like him figured out, oh, you know, like him and Vanderlei figured out we can sprawl and brawl these motherfuckers, you know? And Mirko Krokop and shit, they realized, like, we can stuff the takedowns and brawl and shit. But now in this era, like, just being a specialist in Taekwondo, and then if you were to square off with someone who's just a specialist in grappling, I think 9 times out of 10 in a real situation or an MMA fight, the fucking grappling guy wins that fight. Okay, I'm just being honest. Now, I don't think it's not that MVP doesn't, like, it's not issues with Mike in particular, and maybe it is. Maybe MVP comes on a show and goes, nah, fuck that guy. But it's just a matter of, like, hey, he does this, like, flippy karate shit, and he's cool, but he's like a French-Canadian dude. Like, Lashley's a world champion in every company he's been in. He's a legit mixed martial artist. Like, at one point in his career, you could argue he was maybe top 20 in the world, maybe even higher than that, right? He has a great record, a way better record than Brock Lesnar did. He didn't fight his highest competition, but high level of competition. But Lashley's that dude. And then you have Shelton Benjamin, who's legit as fuck too. And then, you know, and MVP's a black belt or a brown belt, I believe. I'm not sure if he's got his black belt yet. But he's just a guy who's like, man, we don't, like, I get Tony Khan in your mind, like, that fake martial arts, that bullshito shit is cool, but that's not what we do. And that's why they put him in there with Moxley. Death Jitsu, bro. Yeah, man, Death Jitsu. It's like death, but jiu-jitsu, bro. And then he's losing white belt tournaments. Notice Bishop Dyer winning purple belt tournaments left, right, and center. He's not like, yeah, I'm a death jitsu, the clutch jitsu, brah. Like, he's not doing that shit, dog. And he's a real, like, Bishop Dyer's really out there. Moxley, I'm the death jitsu clan, man. Yeah, dude, it's totally radical, man. Right? And so, like, guys like Lashley and shit, they don't take that seriously. Right? Like, for 1 second. None of that shit did they take serious, okay? And so it's just a matter of that. And it's unfortunate that Mike Bailey's caught up in Tony Khan going, well, I signed Mike Bailey this week and Kevin Knight this week. I know they're a fucking tag team just because. And they're going to fucking fight Hurt Business. And Hurt Business are like, we're not putting these guys over. There's fucking tag teams out there we're not putting FTR over. We used to fucking clown those guys backstage in the Fed, bro. We used to make fun of them after they left. Like, we're not fucking, you know, we're not putting those guys over. They lose to the Bucks, bro. Like, we'll put the Outrunners over or something, which is what MVP has to say, which we're going to get into, okay, in a minute here. But so what's the next point here? MVP has backstage heat with important people in creative. Yeah, man. I don't know if it's important people or peoples who stooge to important people who, you know, and then that can be misconstrued as heat with important people, or now he's got heat with quote unquote important people because, like, people are stooging to important people and kissing up to important people. You know what I'm saying? So it's quite interesting, to say the least. And knowing the professionalism, though, of the Hurt Syndicate, they will likely, this will all work out fine, you know, in my opinion. I don't think, like, MVP, if you sit down in a room with him or if he calls Tony Khan on the phone, they can't just be professional and work this out. Now, there's something to be said about like him just being vocal, and then a bunch of cliquey people backstage are like, oh man, he's just rubbing everyone the wrong way and he doesn't get down with shit, if that's the culture back there. But if he just doesn't play into that shit and goes, well, fuck it, just talk to me, man to man, we'll figure it out, right? Hurt Syndicate's been all over this show. I don't know if they're all over it, but they've been on the show. And so MVP has been influencing Bobby and Shelton to say no to things. Good, as he should. And he should be influencing them to say yes to things that might be good business moves for them. And he's taking care of his guys. So that's what you're supposed to do. So the claim internally in AEW was that Hurt Syndicate said no to pitches of losing to FTR at both AEW All In and Forbidden Door. Instead, MVP had stated that the team preferred to lose the championships to younger teams. MVP's personal preferences were that of Gates of Agony. Again, people go, oh, it's Timu Bloodline, but nah, man, Gates of Agony are cool as fuck. And what are their names? Toa Leon and Bishop Khan or whatever. And I mean, come on, they have a great look. They would be an awesome tag team. If they're in WWE, they'd be booked fucking tremendously. I don't know if they're part of the family or the Samoan dynasty or whatever. The Outrunners and Private Party. So the Outrunners, again, put them over. Private Party even. So see, Tony Khan just slapped the belts on Private Party, then went, you guys are gone. And then WWE's like, we'd be interested in them. Okay, you guys are on the bench now again forever. You're done. It's so fucking cringe how they do this, man, and how Tony Khan continues to do this. Worst booker owner ever. And it was, noted that Hurt Syndicate has already beaten all three teams. Well, then, Tony, don't beat all three of these fucking teams. Like, don't do that. Don't, learn to book properly. The frustration from the locker room is that the team are heels that do cool moves, beat up everyone, and give fans fives on the way out. Okay, then, Tony, put your foot down and say, you guys are heels. Don't high-five kids. If you fucking do, you're getting a fine. Heel all the fucking way, and I want you to beat the shit out of everyone. Lashley, you and Samoa Joe, world title. The fact Lashley and Joe isn't for their world title right now is a fucking travesty. You know, it's crazy. They're going back to Mox and Hangman and Darby and shit. No. Ludicrous. Luda. So, the locker room feels this way. Okay, so that's on Tony Khan. Why is that heat on these guys? Holy shit. So then one of the rumors people on the AEW talent roster spoke to, they said that this year was the best they've seen the locker room in years, and that most of the roster just dismisses issues. But then we have people saying, and then very next fucking thing, it has been well known backstage in AEW that MVP dislikes Speedball Mike Bailey, and then it's like, the claim that MVP rubbed a lot of people the wrong way in AEW. So listen to this. The claim that MVP rubbed a lot of people in AEW the wrong way, resulting in heat, is something that had been echoed by a number of talent for the last couple of months. But the report before, you're saying that everyone just dismisses issues and shit. It's just so goofy back there, man. Let's just be honest. So, it has been well known backstage in AEW that MVP dislikes Speedball. A number of talents say that MVP made that clear and that he didn't want Hurt Syndicate losing to Jet Speed. It hasn't been said if it was in the cards for Hurt Syndicate to lose to Jet Speed. Nobody spoken to knew a specific reason for MVP's dislike of Mike Bailey. I just explained it. at the top of the shit. And why? Because I grew up doing martial arts. So you know that. You just understand that when you spend time. We grew up in an era... I grew up in an era where Steven Seagal and shit was cool, right? And Bruce Lee had passed away, but I grew up watching all of his shit. I got all his shit on VHS. Steven Seagal was cool. Time Cop, Jean-Claude Van Damme, all that shit, right? I loved all those movies, but they're based on Bullshido was a thing. All these fake martial artists used to exist back in the day. Some of them still exist to this day. There's a lot of people who claim they have Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belts who don't and shit like that. But there were Count Dantes and all these, like Steven Seagal, his whole shit is a lie, you know? Frank Dukes, that Bloodsport's about, that whole Kumite shit is a lie, you know? And so, and I'm not saying that's what Mike Bailey is. He's not lying about, oh, like I'm not a real martial artist or anything. Like he is. He's a legit martial artist, but he did Taekwondo. That's like a base that in and of itself, unless he like kickboxes and does Muay Thai on the side and has fucking hands that I don't know about, right? But also like Lashley's 100 pounds heavier than fucking Bailey. So there's just so many factors. Like Lashley would just take him down and gorilla smash him. There's no question about that. But anyways, we'll talk about that more in a minute. But MVP on frustration with AEW, he said, let's just say this. Bobby Lashley is a former world champion. And after we came here, Bobby was reduced to a tag team guy. Bobby is literally the only bankable guy in AEW. It's true. Bobby and Joe. Bobby and Joe. Bobby and Joe. Bobby and Joe. That should be your main event picture. How many times do we got to say it? Joe is a proven commodity to AEW. Proven. Okay? The motherfucker drew them 4,000 or 5,000 people for that cage match against Moxley. The TV ratings do well for him. Lashley and the Hurt Syndicate. People like those guys. You could have had Shelton in a meaningful feud with MJF, and you could have Bobby feuding for the world title against Joe, and they had an MMA match for Hager and Wardlow. Do a fight pit style, do the TNA cage match thing that Joe and Angle did, try and do a similar style thing between Lashley and Joe, dude. It's right there. Like it's right there. The money's, it's just right there. You don't even need to be a good booker to be like, well, we got to put that together. You know, it's just right there. So I agree with MVP. He needs to stand, and it's not fuck Mike Bailey or anything. I'm a fan of Mike Bailey and shit, but sources claim that Speedball Mike Bailey was busy playing video games backstage at an AEW taping and didn't bother to introduce himself or shake hands with MVP. This was taken as locker room disrespect, and MVP disliked him since that day. So again, whether that's true or not, this all, by the way, comes from a Spaces. Some guy went on a fucking Spaces and was stooging and shit, right? And so MVP responded to this guy trolling. What does he have to say here? Some fucking sicko. Is this true, MVP, or are they lying on your name? And then MVP says, lying as usual. So he even called it out 4 hours ago. Lying as usual. Right? So here we go. This is what it's all about right here. This is what it boils down to, okay? We have Cheeseburger and Joey Janela, two indie guys. Now, we covered this on the show before, and here's my take on the whole Mike Bailey versus Bobby Lashley shit. And I'm going to break down why Joey Janela is wrong here. Janela says, because Mike Bailey is a 4th-degree black belt and would have a real shot in beating Bobby Lashley in a real fight if he kicked him in the jaw. It just, that whole thing is so stupid. In a real fight, so what does that mean? An MMA match? Because that's utterly untrue. And if you're talking, no, a real street fight, well, then I could bring a gun. You know, I could break a bottle and fuck it. You know what I mean? We're talking, I could bring 10 boys then. Who's going to win, right? That's not real either. And also, in street fights, it's something like over 70 or 80% of street fights end up in a ground tussle. You know what I mean? Where people end up like on the ground flailing around and shit or wrestling around, right? Right? And then also, if he kicked him in the jaw, dude, if I let my fucking 9-year-old niece kick me in the jaw, could knock me out. You know, maybe not that. Maybe that's an extreme, but like, yes, if you let anyone kick you in the face, you could get knocked out, right? So if Lashley's not letting him kick him in the head, then what? And also the weight difference. So it's, I don't know. It's just a real shot at beating him in a real fight. I don't know about that, Joey. And seeing your fight with that fucking guy on that indie show. I don't know if you're the arbiter of good fighters, but Cheeseburger says this: Speedball could legitimately kill 90% of people in pro wrestling. Absolutely not. Okay. Matt Riddle would fucking wreck Mike Bailey. Okay. Gunther, I think, would have a shot. Nakamura, I think, would wreck Mike Bailey. Because he knows how to wrestle and shit. He used to train with Tito Ortiz. We could run down the list. There's a lot of people. I think Aleister Black and Mike Bailey would be a good fight. I would give it to Black because he'd tie Mike Bailey up in the clinch, take the distance of the kicks away, like the range of the kicks away, and then fucking tie him up and knee him to the body, hit him with elbows and shit. Because he, Miro, I believe, kickboxed or did Thai fighting to some degree, maybe not at a professional level, but training an amateur like Aleister Black. I don't know if 90% of people, I think Shelton Benjamin would stretch him. I think MVP, if he got a hold of him, would stretch him. I think Kurt Angle right now would stretch him, okay, with his fucked up arms. And I'm not hating on Mike Bailey. It's no disrespect, but we're talking like sexy BJ Ray is a good enough amateur wrestler, that kid on LFG, to where if he got a hold of Mike Bailey, we figured this out in UFC 1, okay? We figured out that if you're a kick-based martial artist, that shit means nothing if you have good boxing and wrestling. If you're fighting a good boxer and wrestler, or like a guy with solid jiu-jitsu and who knows how to check leg kicks, you're fucked. So anyways, though, pro wrestling and likely 100% of people that complain about wrestling on the internet. I would say he could probably kill 90% of the people who complain about wrestling on the internet. Maybe that's more. That's like when Joe Rogan's like 4'8", and he's like, I bet like 95% of people on earth I could beat. 95% of people on earth. Holy fuck. I don't know. It's just it's weird. And Joe's one of those Taekwondo guys too. He's legit at jiu-jitsu, but he's one of those fucking Taekwondo dudes. And it's like, you got to have boxing, And there's footage of Joe Rogan sparring with a fucking kickboxer who's just toying with him and just making him look so bad, like that. I'm telling you, that Taekwondo shit only can take you so far, And Taekwondo, I don't think they really teach you how to how to throw those like kickboxing fucking. When I was young, I took like a Taekwondo class. You know what I'm saying? It was like one thing. Like I took karate for a bit. It's like a kid martial art you do. Not shitting on Bailey either. And here was my quote tweet on that. And how funny. There's heat amongst them, apparently, allegedly. And at the same time, like a month ago or whatever, this was floating around, or a few months ago. How funny is this? So I quote tweeted and said this back then, July 9th, so a month ago. I love Speedball Mike Bailey, have been a fan since the beginning of his TNA run. I'm a huge Bobby Lashley fan and have been for like 20 years. In no universe does Mike Bailey beat Bobby Lashley in a real fight, unless he's Wonder Boy Thompson and gains 100 pounds. We discovered amateur wrestling wrecks kick-only martial arts in the early 2000s, to say the least. Like, you could even be like, well, no, in the 90s, we figured, okay, it was late 90s, early 2000s. We kind of established if you can sprawl and brawl and have decent kickboxing, you can nullify some wrestlers. But otherwise, it's just like wishful thinking. So we also have an update, though, because Hurt Business approached your boy Speedball on the fucking show, or maybe this was on social media, to sort of address the rumors. Now, if I had to bet money on it, MVP and the Hurt Business walked up to Mike Bailey at TV, and Mike Bailey's not a piece of shit either. This is not to trash Mike Bailey. I'm a Mike fucking Bailey fan. I think he gets way too much hate. I think Tony Khan's booked him horrendously. I think it's terrible, and I like his flippy kick, flipping knee stomp style and all that shit. I do like that stuff. Okay. And I am a fan of him, and it's not just because he's a Canadian, right? I'm not all nationalistic. Is that the word? I'm not all tribalistic for my nation, dog. Like, I'm just being stupid now, but it's not about that. It's just a matter of, I'm a fan of the dude. I am. And I like that barefoot ninja style shit. You guys know that. Like, I don't get triggered by like Rio and shit. Oh, she's like a little ninja flying around the ring. Like, I don't get so triggered by that stuff. I'm kind of into it, but it is what it is. Yeah, with Mike Bailey, I'm assuming they're all professional enough to just walk up to each other, shake hands, and go, it's just business. Like, it's not, and Bailey's not going to cry about it. He doesn't take this shit too seriously, or himself. And Here we have a clip of them meeting up here tonight. This looks like probably before they went live or whatever.
Fuck you, Steve Ball. Well, fuck you too, MVP. Hey, tell him. Fuck you, Steve Ball. Fuck you, Steve Ball. Well, fuck you guys too.
See, they're just making fun of the situation. So, I mean, I don't be shocked if this is all blown way out of proportion. However, MVP standing on business. That's not made up. Like, that's not maybe the heat is a little bit blown out of proportion, but he's standing up for his guys and he's willing to say, no, don't do this. But again, man, it's not like they're not going to walk up, fucking fist fight each other backstage, man. They're going to shake hands and be like, we got to work. Like, we're going to work together. And so, yeah, I just think that if we end up seeing Hurt Business lose to Jet Speed, then there you go. But Tony Khan, people were sort of clowning Tony Khan and saying, oh, look, there's more backstage drama. And we have Fightful reporting literally within minutes of themselves going, oh, nobody cares about the backstage drama. Oh, there's all this backstage drama. So again, take it with a grain of salt. I'm more interested in the who would win in a fight aspect, right? And maybe they're working everybody, but Tony ran to the rescue, like right before Dynamite went on the air. He's like, oh, it just announced, Speedball's taking on Mox in this bullshit death jitsu. Like, of course, Mox is going to go in there and let him do his martial arts shit. I'll legitimize you, kid. Fuck those guys. Yeah. So let's get ready to EFAP a 7-minute Tony Khan video that just dropped. I can't wait. This is about to be incredible. You know what they say.
The best guys, Tony Khan.
Hey, it's great to see you. Great to be
It's so robotic.
Here with everybody on X Live, and we are moments away from Wednesday Night Dynamite.
So moments before he jumps on live, it only has 9,000 views. Like, why did he quickly do this? Well, because he's trying to, last minute rectify some fucking wrongs, right some wrongs possibly, right? Let's take a look at the graphic. Was this announced? Yeah, no, they didn't have a graphic even made for it. So this is a sperm of the moment, as Jim Cornette would say, decision, I would believe.
We're just minutes away from starting here in Cleveland, Ohio. We have the greatest wrestling fans in the world. We're going to have a great live crowd here tonight, and it's going to be a great show. It starts at 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Central, just minutes from now. And I wanted to join you. I wanted to say thanks to New Japan Pro Wrestling for this great necktie. And I wanted to come and say thank you to the great wrestling fans supporting AEW. We're so excited about the upcoming Forbidden Door pay-per-view. There's a lot of exciting things going on in the world of wrestling, and there's a lot of exciting things happening in AEW right now, including here in the arena. Just moments ago, I was interrupted. We were having a meeting. There's security outside the door. They were thrown aside, and Jon Moxley busted into my office, and he's very upset. I understand why.
Why would you listen to him? Why would he bust into your office? Why would it be like, oh, yeah, I'll take you seriously after you've wrecked this whole company and fucking, murdered people and kidnapped people and held the belt hostage and all this shit. Oh, he comes into my dressing room, and he's like, hey, man, I need a match tonight against this Mike Bailey kid to prove we're really death jitsu guys, bro. Like, why in kayfabe or in real life would you listen to that? It's so fucking dumb. If people can't just admit this is bad and dumb and cringe, then I don't know what to tell you anymore. Like, I really don't know what to tell people anymore.
It was certainly a really crazy situation that happened this past Saturday. It was our last night in Chicago, 6 great shows in the Aragon Ballroom, and Jon Moxley almost got thrown off the roof of the Aragon Ballroom. He's very, very upset. He just
Isn't that cool? And we're not going to find Darby or It was just a really cool moment. You can throw people off roofs here.
Showed up and said he's looking for a fight right now. Frankly, I think that's in the best business interest of AEW. I think that's in the best business interest of the show. I'm going to allow it. And I went into the locker room and said, if there's anybody that wants to fight Jon Moxley, he wants to fight right now to start Dynamite. He is upset. He is really mad about what happened at Collision. If anybody wants to get in there with Mox, I will give you a match with Moxley right here, right now to start Dynamite. Speedball Mike Bailey, one of the toughest, gutsiest guys in this locker room. Speedball Mike Bailey, one of the toughest people in AEW.
Of course, gutsy, one of the best guys. I love him. He's great. You could throw people off roofs here like in the Middle East. That's got to be one of the most foul things I've fucking said.
Fucking Mark!
And said, I want to fight Jon Moxley. I'll fight Jon Moxley right here, right now. So that match is going to happen to kick off Dynamite minutes from now, 8 p.m. Eastern here in Cleveland and on the East Coast, and 7 p.m. Central Time. I'm so excited about this show. This is a huge, huge thing that's,
This is Tony Khan saying, I stand behind Bailey and not Hurt Business.
Frankly, in the business interest of the show, as I've said, it's very beneficial for a wrestling show to have some major announcements on the day of.
What Tony explains this like he's the first. It's beneficial to just announce stuff last minute. Yeah, no shit. We've been telling you to do that for fucking years. We've been saying, dude, start the show where someone comes to the arena, cuts a promo, someone interrupts them. They're like, what the fuck? And then later in the night, this happens. And then there's a match set for the main event. Blah, blah, blah. That's how you handle this. Like, what the fuck?
We've had so many great things we've announced leading into Dynamite, and to have something like this breaking news on the day of the show, you don't want to be announcing every match on the day of the show or every aspect of the show, but certainly it can help the show. I know this is going to help the Nielsen social rating, which they track.
The Nielsen social rating. I know this is going to help. These 9,000 views are going to help the Nielsen. So he has 9,281 views. This will help the social rating. Yeah, because I played it on my show, Tony Khan. Jesus Christ. Oh my God, dude. What the fuck is he babbling? They track that too, Tony, you're not. See, this is why. Why do people care about the numbers? Because this asshole keeps bringing it up. So we have to point out why him and his stooges are liars. There you go. There's your answer, sickos. Why do you care about the numbers? Because this asshole cares about the fucking numbers. And he's supposed to be talking to his fans right now. And he's talking to his fans about the numbers. So what he's saying is what people should care about what he's saying. That's why they flock in to hear what he has to say. That's why the PWT universe flocks in what Phil Marks has to fucking say, because you guys care about what I have to fucking say. So they're here caring about what he has to say, and he's telling them to care about the fucking numbers. So don't say, why do you care about the numbers? Ask him. I don't know. Ask Dave Meltzer. Ask them why they can't help but fucking lie and spurg out about them. That's not on me. I didn't invent that, right? We just respond to it. So, and then Tony Khan, like, everybody who's watching this is already going to watch Dynamite. So who are you telling this to? That's what I just don't understand.
The day of the show now, that's an increasingly important.
And he thinks he's doing like the Adam Pearce, hey guys, so we've announced tonight that this match and this, he thinks he's doing that. Tony Khan, be the boss and the owner, get an on-camera authority figure who announces all this shit. Have Big Show put on a fucking weighted glove and say, I'm going to knockout punch Moxley or anybody who thinks they're going to run amok in AEW again with my WMD punch, and I'm the Big Show, and I'm wearing a weighted glove, Blackjack Mulligan style, pal. And I'm going to just fucking glom you. I'm going to rule with an iron fist. That's what they should have had Regal do with his knucks. And like, what the authority figure punches people out? No, but it's just a way to like keep people in line. No one's going to storm or try and take over Big Show's locker room, right? No one's going to do that. He'll fucking knock you stiff. Get an authority figure who can like do this and translate this shit better, man. It'll just help your TV show, Tony. I say this because I love AEW, bro. I love pro wrestling. What are you doing?
So for hashtag AEW Dynamite, this is some breaking news. Again, just like I said moments ago, for those of you who just joined me live, Speedball Mike Bailey has stepped up to answer the challenge that Jon Moxley just very loudly came into my office moments ago and made. And it's great to have such a great locker room here. Some of the best wrestlers on the planet here in Cleveland. AEW is where the best wrestle. There's so much to be excited about tonight. We have got a great four-way match, the winner of which will represent AEW to fight for the TBS championship at Forbidden Door against the current champion, Mercedes Moné. It'll be a great match tonight with Billy Starks, the former ROH World TV champion, taking on Queen Aminata versus Sky Blue. Those two really don't like each other, as we've seen in recent weeks, especially on Collision. And Alex Windsor, a great star from the UK who's made a big, big impact in recent weeks in AEW. Really excited about that four-way match. Also really excited about I'm
really excited about everything.
Semifinals of the AEW World Tag Team title.
The show's like going on the air when he posted this too. Bro, everybody watching this knows they don't need to hear you go, I'm really excited for all these matches. What the fuck, man?
Eliminator tournament with the Young Bucks, Matt and Nick Jackson. We had a great match with them last week. Absolutely fantastic wrestling match. I really enjoyed the wrestling match. I also selfishly really enjoyed their entrance. And I really am excited for tonight because I think it's going to be a great wrestling match. Matt and Nick Jackson, the Young Bucks, one of the greatest tag teams of all time, taking on one of the hottest teams in AEW, two of the hottest wrestlers in the world, the incredible Brody King and the ROH World Champion Bandito. Brodito versus the Young Bucks tonight.
Brodito, I came up with that one.
In the semifinals of that great tournament. And of course, the grudge match in our main
Tony, everyone knows they're all going to come and watch the show already. Everyone you're talking to is going to go watch your fucking show.
Event. And of course, that breaking news, Jon Moxley just busted in here tonight looking for a fight, interrupted the meeting. And you know what? We've got such a great locker room to have a great star like Speedball Bailey say, I want to step up and fight that challenge. That's the kind of person that Speedball Bailey is, one of the toughest people in the locker room. And Speedball Bailey and his partner, Kevin Knight and AR Fox, they stepped up to fight the LFI. They stepped up to the bullies on AEW Collision.
And he's one of the toughest guys in the back, and he's going to step up and fight. He's going to fight Moxley tonight. And this is fucking Tony Khan saying, like, who he stands behind. That's what this is, just so everyone knows.
Going to be in Virginia. It's going to be a great show in Roanoke Saturday. That Jon Moxley's looking for a fight, and Mox is going to fight versus Speedball.
Bro, he said it again. He said it again. And in case you didn't know, Moxley's going to fight Speedball.
Speedball being the guy who came and stepped up and will fight a very angry Jon Moxley. Again, Mox very upset after he was nearly thrown off the roof of the Aragon Ballroom this past week on AEW Collision. So many great things to look forward to. We're minutes away from going live. We'll see you all very soon, 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Central, just minutes from right now on TBS, or you can stream it on HBO Max. We'll see you all very soon tonight for Wednesday Night Dynamite. Thank you for joining me. Thank you, New Japan Pro Wrestling, for the beautiful gift of this great necktie. We're very excited about the Forbidden Door pay-per-view, and I'm really excited about Wednesday Night
I have my Inoki scarf somewhere.
Dynamite coming up minutes from now tonight. See you later. Thank you again.
Yeah, minutes from now tonight. No, we thought you meant minutes from now tomorrow. What the fuck? No, I thought you meant minutes from now next week.
Best guys, Tony Khan.
Holy shit, man. Tony's fucking cooked. Listen, I don't hate the guy, but I don't know how people don't see this, and I'll give them props. At least they're getting MJF mixing it up with Hangman again for the like. Okay, but I just don't get how people give this a pass. It is utterly cringe to my core, and I love it so much. That, ladies and gentlemen, was AEW news. Oh man, let me check in with chat. See what you guys are saying. Holy fuck, man, that was so funny. So, what else do we have? We have massive WWE news today. Okay, before we get on out of here and shit. Let me check in with chat. 626 for 5 says Tony has dildos named Hungman Page, speedballs and orange crashity, and a butt plug named the Bloody Mox. That's
You
gross.
what?
Lashley would whip speed like the Hulk did to Loki. I know Dynamite's over, but we ain't going anywhere, chat. He would whip speed like the Hulk did to Loki. Yeah, dude, good Avengers callback. Let's fucking go. Okay. So we have lots of WWE news. Soda water to get to. Sorry, my mic keeps. I gotta move the way my cord is positioned here. I keep fucking unplugging my shit. But yeah, I liked Dynamite was decent. It wasn't there. I mean, it was meaningless ultimately, but the ending was cool. Like that they're getting Hangman mixing it up with MJF again. I'm down with MJF being in the world title picture again. Just being honest, it's better than what he was doing before. So, you guys, let me know what you guys think. Okay, soda water news. So yes, we have some WWE news to get into. I just got to hydrate here, and I was just checking in with chat a little bit. So, oh, come on, Phil, Dynamite was awful. No, yeah, I'm not saying like, oh, it was a good Dynamite. It just wasn't like their worst showing ever. And then I do think it was beneficial for Tony Khan to announce that minute in the heat of the moment. Okay, so yeah, let's get into WWE news. Is everybody ready to go with this ESPN deal talk and all that shit? We're just about to get into that. I know it's a late night for some, but we're still hanging out, doing the damn thing. Okay, so let's play some breaking news for WWE news. Soda water. So Hulk still rules, brother. He's in our thumbnail here. And Logan Paul asked Tiffany Stratton if she wanted to talk about Hulk Hogan, and he asked her a lot of stuff. We'll get into what she said about Hulk Hogan in a minute, but on Impulsive, Tiffany Stratton had this to say to Logan Paul about her going off script with Charlotte Flair.
What are your overall thoughts on the incident?
Charlotte Flair is Charlotte Flair. She's a legend. And I was the champion at the time. Things were heated. She's very competitive. I'm also very competitive. I'm trying to prove to Charlotte Flair I can go. I can stand up to her. I'm worthy of this title. So yeah, shit got heated. We both went off script.
So Phil Marks didn't miss again, or else Tiffy just stole the story from PWT to cover her ass. One of the two.
It happens. I did have to apologize. And that was that.
Was it hard?
No. I'm someone that can like fully embrace being in the wrong. I had no problem apologizing.
Do you believe you were in the wrong? Why are you looking at Greg?
It's my PR guy.
So then you didn't mean your apology.
Yes and no. I think what I did was justified, but maybe I shouldn't have gone that far. But I do feel like I was justified in what I did.
Yeah, there you go, man. And then just like Bailey and MVP and shit tonight, you just shake hands and go, it ain't personal, man. It's just business, you know? Triple H, Kid Rock, and Theo Vaughn arrive in Florida for Hulk Hogan Memorial Service. I don't know why Theo Vaughn gets lumped in there. Jacob Fatu gives some advice to new and aspiring wrestlers.
One thing, if y'all coming up in the game, and I gotta say this, bro, if y'all coming up, don't do it for the money. Don't think you're just gonna wrestle for a year or two, getting older. I mean, social media is very powerful now.
Yeah.
But man, bro, if y'all don't have passion for this, if y'all don't love this, I mean, if y'all can't take criticism or none of that, bro, y'all stay out the way with it. All right, this doesn't happen overnight. Like I said, it took me 12 years to get here, going on 13, and boy, I'm still learning around this thing. You know what I mean?
Dude, that's fucking Jacob just gets it. He's so goddamn good. He was so good before, and I'm so glad he's in WWE, and he just understands it, the way he conducts himself around legends, him saying, I'm still learning. I still got more to learn. If you can't take criticism, or you can just melt down like AEW wrestlers and get mad at people who are invested in them. Like, they wouldn't be talking about you if they weren't invested in you. So you don't got to kiss their balls, but win them back over. Like, take criticism, run with it. I've always praised Swerve for that too. It seems like people are like, you know, he's or Raquel Rodriguez is a more recent example. Work bigger. She starts working bigger. Tiffany Stratton reveals she was out of action in NXT for a long time due to a 2-on-1 road rage incident where a man stomped on her face and fractured a facial bone. So fuck that guy, whoever he is.
Actually,
Shout out Impulsive Podcast as well.
after when I was in NXT,
and Big Mike.
After one of my matches, I cut somebody off in my parking garage, and they were like, "Yep."
Fucks. But yeah, so you cut someone off, and then Patrice O'Neal told this old joke on like the Opie and Anthony show where he's like, women are so out of pocket. He's like, they drive, they'll cut you off, and then they'll flip you the middle finger. He's like, and all I could do, he's like, she knows damn well all I got to do is grab her by the head and just turn it this way like this, and she's dead, kind of thing. And it's like, it's just a funny approach to it. But as we've covered on the show, Juliana Pena told a story where she was like, yeah, I'll fucking fight you to a line cook or something at her old job, and he beat the shit out of her. And what the point Patrice O'Neal was making with the joke is like women, don't, especially if you're by yourself, like, don't just go off on dudes, you know, like there's crazy ass dudes in this world just waiting to punch someone. And, you know, a woman, you know, angsty ass motherfuckers. I don't know. I don't condone the shit. But I'm just saying, like, dudes are fucking dangerous, man. If you're by, just walk away, especially if you cut them off, just walk away or whatever. But I think she tells a story that she got followed. That's crazy. I know someone that happened to who got followed for like ever, just for like a simple driving incident. And it was like the scariest story ever. It's like one of those fucking Reddit stories you read. I'm not going to tell it here, but
Yelling at me through their car. So I pulled over. This is where my big balls come into play. And they pull over. Ooh. And a guy gets out of the car. So then I get out of the car.
Yeah, don't pull over and get out of the car and confront guys, ladies. Just don't do it. Well, why? What are they going to do? Hit me? Yes, man. There's dudes that'll just fucking hit you, and it's crazy. And like, it's fucked up, you know, but that's the reality of nature. Like, you know, and like, I don't condone that at all. I would never do that. I'm just saying. There are crazy fucking people out there, okay? You don't know. The guy could shoot you even. It's not just about a punch. It's about the guy could hit you with a piece of wood. You have no idea. I don't know. He could have COVID. You could get long COVID from sharing his airspace, right? 6 feet apart. No. It's just not a good idea, okay? Especially if you're by yourself. That's all.
And we're talking shit. We're talking shit. Then his girlfriend gets out of the car.
2-on-1.
Yeah, 2-on-1. And I start talking shit with the girlfriend, and I push her.
Oh, holy
She
shit.
pushes me back.
Oh my God.
We start fucking brawling.
Oh, you would be Bradley Martin in a street fight.
And then she takes her long ass nails, digs them in my braid, and gets me down on the ground. And this is where it takes a turn. So, and the guy just fucking stomps right on my face.
Oh,
What the hell is going on?
I broke a face bone.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Have you
That's
told this
assault.
story?
That's assault.
This is insane.
Nobody knows this, so you're welcome.
Yeah.
Broke a
Dude, what a pussy. Like, why didn't you just break or get in between them? I get it. You're going to get scratched, slap. Anyone who's had to break up a cat fight, we've all been there. It's like, you know, you got to it's pretty much, you just got to break it up, though. It's not that hard to fucking do, man. Stomp on another woman's head.
face bone. So that's why I was out for so long in NXT.
Oh, crap.
Yeah.
What? Because of a street fight.
Yes.
2-on-1.
Oh, man. At least she can laugh about it now, and it wasn't like serious fucking trauma or something, you know? Speaking of, I think we have one more Tiffy clip. We might as well get to it. I may be wrong. All good. We'll just scroll back down. Never mind that. Speaking of trauma, you know, Becky Lynch cooked Nikki Bella rather, with this line here on Raw. I just wanted to play it on the show. We're hanging out late tonight, chat. We're hanging out tonight, all right?
Me and my hot husband are the greatest wrestling couple of all time. But wait a minute, at one point, that would have been you and your...
Oh, I just got to pause it.
Oh, wait, you can't see him anymore.
Fucking cooked her. I got to retweet that. Yeah. Cooked her. That's awesome. It was a shoot, brother. No, they were just they obviously worked that out before. I don't think Nikki would. I don't think they mind either. It's more of a diss at John Cena. No, he's happily married and all that now. So CM Punk gets called baby girl coded, and he doesn't know what that means. And I don't know who the fuck this is, but they're here watching WWE at SummerSlam or something at Raw.
Hey everybody, this is CM Punk, and I'm baby girl coded.
You heard it here first.
Hey, can I ask you a question? What does it mean to be baby girl coded?
Baby girl coded.
Yeah.
Baby girl.
Is it good?
Yes.
Oh, it's good?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I thought these young whippersnappers were making fun of me.
No. No.
Thank you for coming by. Clarifying.
Wait.
Right. Number one baby girl in the nation.
He flosses the fucking Rowdy Piper crew neck there. That's amazing. That's how it should be. So Bam Margera, how nuts is this? He posts this picture, and he's like, the cloud outside of Hulk Hogan's funeral at Indian Rocks, Florida. Wow, you see what I see? This isn't a sign, then I don't know what is. Yeah, I don't know. Very superstitious. Like, yeah, I think that's beautiful. And I do think the universe has a weird way of fucking, I mean, what the fuck? And it's Bam, like who everyone's making the memes and bringing up the old tweet, and they're at his funeral, and Bam looks up and sees this cloud. Like, come on. Oh, come on, chat. Like, jeepers, dude. That is absolutely just heartwarming, you know? That must have been cool for everyone there to notice that. He's trying to point it out. Everyone at the funerals, like, Bam's back on drugs. What is he talking about? I don't know. I think he's back on drugs, pal. No, Bam. Huge fan. So John Cena has commented on Brock Lesnar's WWE return, which had everyone melting down. And Cena said, I've been saying the same thing for 25 years. They deal him, I play him. You know, I'm just really excited. We've got 12 weeks of things left. I think SummerSlam was an indication from the audience where everybody kind of knows we're closing our book. And just because I closed my book in December, that doesn't mean WWE closes their books. They've got to continue their programming going forward. They're just trying to create their most exciting show for the fans. In the dozen I've got left, they deal in my plan. Yeah. So 12 appearances. I kept saying it over the weekend. How many, chat? 11? 12? What? I forgot. He's got 12. And so we're talking 3 matches, right? Like at the fucking most, spread out over the next 4 months, essentially, that we have left in the year. If my math's correct, IR math guys, I'm a full-blown redact, so don't listen to me. Former WWE star Braun Strowman responds to Carrie and Cross saying WWE don't care about the fans. They care about the nepotism ass-kissers and their buddies. So Strowman says, they don't care about the fans. They care about nepotism ass-kissers and their buddies. So he's burying WWE after Cross was like, man, Strowman's so professional and he just does that was Jacob Fatu, like, man, he's so professional. He just does his business, blah, blah, blah. And then Strowman's like, fuck that, please. So Karrion Kross and Scarlett's contracts with WWE expire this weekend. No new deal has been offered to them. I don't believe that part. About no new deal being offered to them. I just don't know. Or hold on. No. This is where this could be correct, actually. This is where we got to give the sheets their due. I'm gonna. Maybe there's been no new one offered since when everyone was like, "Hey, there might be a fucking deal on the table here," type shit. So that maybe that actually could be correct if they're being like, I guess, literal about it, or if we're going chronologically here, if that's how they're speaking, like since the last one. Lance Storm had this to say about Brock Lesnar's return. I was watching WCW Greed 2001, the last WCW pay-per-view, and Mike Awesome teamed with Lance Storm on that Canada shit. I love that, buddy. So he says, I think everyone's looking at it from the wrong perspective. I don't think it's about Brock. I think it's about the working environment of women within WWE. Under Vince, there was a very unfavorable, bad, pick-your-own work environment for women, dating back to Rita Chatterton, to the objectivity of women with bra and panties matches and thons and puppies. The very handsy makeout sessions that women had to do with Vince. Take that forward to whatever necessitated Vince to offer multi-million-dollar NDAs to women to stay silent. To what we learned about Janelle Grant, women were drastically underpaid in that era too. True. And Vince was removed, and Hunter, Triple H has made things so much better. Women are making way more money. They're being featured way more. They're being trained way more. Not to go off on my own thing, but like the way they talk about Triple H, they wouldn't really talk about Vince, Nobody did. Nobody wanted to talk bad about The Office back in the day, pal. But just the way they talk about Triple H and HBK and shit, the way they pull the curtain back and make TikToks with HBK and everyone, it's just way different. And so it's good that Lance brought this up. Leave it to fucking Lance, a good old Canadian boy with our high IQs up here. The higher north, the higher the IQ. I don't know. I just made that up. But just a good fucking, a good lad here is Lance Storm, bringing up the point that everyone's kind of glossed over, But he says women are making way more money. They're legitimate stars. They aren't objectified like they used to be. And when they are and they choose to put themselves in like that, no, I'm just a sexy valet role. I think we could do that too. And as long as they're just okay with it and we don't push the limits, like I don't need to see anyone making out with Triple H or having a slimy hand baby with another wrestler or something, like we don't need to see any of that aspect of it. But if they want to bring back right, because there's a push of like women's empowerment now and doing it for themselves and all that. You guys know, right? Maybe not. Maybe they don't want to lean into that, but I'm all about managers and valets coming back. That's all. You guys know that. So anyways, or does it detract from that and make it feel like you're going backwards? No, I don't think it makes it feel like you're going backwards, Lance. I just think that Brock just seeing his relationship with his family and his daughters and his daughter. And I just think he's been vindicated of everything, because Janelle Grant's lawyer said that he didn't do anything illegal or whatever. And I didn't even know that at the time. I had to learn that like the next day, because everyone was melting down. So then everyone was responding like, oh, they don't think he did anything. They didn't say he did anything illegal. And like they said, he didn't do anything wrong. He just, or whatever. So I don't fucking know, man. I'm not a lawyer, but at least Lance is like bringing this up. He's bringing up good points here, you know. He says, because if I think you just look at each individual case, did this person do something that's really worth that? Was this one instance? It's not about the individual instances. It's about the overall message you send to women who work for you and in your company about the environment they're going to have to perform in. And I think you have to look at it from the women's standpoint and whether they would be in favor of something or not. Right. They should ask the WWE women's locker room then. I don't know. Is he exchanging, like, is he just into pee stuff and we're kink shaming now, right? Like, are we going to take it, like, what level do we dissect this at? WWE revealed that Brock Lesnar's return last night, and I beat it to death. Go listen to the Monday member show if you guys want to hear me beat that to death more. Last night at SummerSlam garnered 75 million plus views in the first 12 hours across all of WWE social platforms. It's now the most socially viewed SummerSlam moment of all time. That's crazy. Speaking of Cross and Scarlett, here's what Cross had to say. He wanted to thank everyone for buying his book.
Everything online about it. People tell me how they feel about the book. I just wanted to drop in and say thank you very much. It took a lot to get here, and I'm really honored that you guys picked up the book and are reading it and are enjoying it. I think as of right now, it's number one in wrestling biographies, and then Scarlett was number two in all biographies. All biographies. Okay. So thank you. I think it was just a couple of weeks ago, I was notified by publishing that you guys had purchased almost 20,000 copies on pre-sale before the book even hit the shelves. I don't even know what to say to that. Thank you. I really, really appreciate it. And I think these are just some of the national numbers. So I will be doing more of the book tour. I have like 200 emails that I have to respond to in all major cities all over the world about flying around and doing the tour. I'm gonna get on that right away.
Hell yeah.
It's just a lot.
So he's going to fly around and do a book tour and shit. So is he going to be in WWE? He might just be like, nah, fuck it.
Also, before I forget, our film that we did, Blue Evening, the trailer is going to be going up online momentarily with a landing page because we have big news. We're going to be in New York City for the Chain Festival, August 13th. I'm going to attach a link so you can get tickets. If you'd like to watch our film, please come out. I'll be there. And if you have my book, I'll sign it. Yeah. Yeah, that's
Honey, are you excited too?
Yeah, so dogs are very excited about this.
Good for Cross, man. Whatever happens, he'll land on his feet. And yeah, hopefully, I don't think he'd bode well in AEW, just being honest, man. I don't know if, right, like with what we're hearing about Lashley and everything. So WWE SmackDown on the USA Network and Peacock. Oh, we'll get into that in a bit. So TMZ presents The Real Hulk Hogan, premieres Tuesday, August 12th, so next week, with interviews from Sly Stallone, Vince McMahon, Mick Foley, Bill Goldberg, Jimmy Hart, and additional interviews from WWE superstars, including Alexa Bliss, Jacob Fatu, and Charlotte Flair. Shout out fucking Jacob Fatu, bro. Like, he's up there with the names, man. Good shit. So this will be cool. I'll watch this. I think all the TMZ shit, it airs on Fox, but I think they just throw it on Roku, though, after. I think, if I'm not mistaken, like all that Diddy stuff they did. What didn't Diddy do? Got thrown on Roku, I think, like right away, or maybe that's exclusive to Roku. I don't know. Either way, all three of Brock Lesnar's new t-shirts are currently among the best-selling apparel on WWE Shop. So his logo t-shirt, the Beast is Back t-shirt, here comes the Beast t-shirt. All good shit. So on NXT, we didn't talk much about NXT. Joe Hendry showed up. We're going to talk about that in a bit. But Ava made 3 announcements. Trick Williams versus Javon Evans in 2 weeks for an NXT championship match with Obafemi at Heatwave. Obafemi, Trick Williams, Javon Evans, and Moose versus Dark State next week. Hank and Tank versus 2 members of Dark State for the NXT Tag Team Championships at Heatwave. And speaking of Hank and Tank, they had this awkward fucking moment in their match where I don't know what happened, but the ref botched and should have just counted the fucking 3. I might not have bookmarked it. Yeah, I didn't. But Hank and Tank, like, there was a weird situation where the ref should have just counted 3, called for the bell. Like, fuck around, man. I don't know why the refs don't call it like a shoot anymore in AEW and WWE. Makes no goddamn sense. But it just looked stupid, and it's not the end of the world. It's developmental. That's why they're there, working this shit out. But, yeah, that ref fucked them hard. Pause. No Diddy. Speaking of Diddy, no, that joke's done now. John Cena denies the idea that he personally requested to face Brock Lesnar. I've been saying the same thing for 25 years. They deal him, I play him. Now, I don't know. I don't think Adam's Apple specifically, did he specifically ask, hey, did you request Brock Lesnar? If he did, then okay. But it just seems more like Cena was like, I said this the whole time. Whatever. It doesn't matter. Either way, I'm sure they asked Cena how he felt about it, and he gave them the answer, hey, line it up and we knock it down. Okay, then, cool. We're going with Brock. And Cena does what he wants to do. That's not a lie. If Cena said, no, I'm not doing that. I want to work fucking this guy. He gets to do that. But his choice is to not do that. Okay? So it's all good. They're going to make shitloads of money. And that's the whole point. And this is like a super match. A super match, Brian. Like, we'll never get this one again. This is the last time ever Brock Cena. Brock might even retire after this. So just enjoy it, bitches. Breaking: Disney is buying the NFL Network and Red Zone distribution rights. In return, the NFL will get a 10% stake in ESPN. The now official deal could reshape the playbook for how leagues do business with their TV partners. So that's crazy. That's more in our ESPN news. Ivy Niles' new profile pic indicates she'll be keeping her hair down in the ring moving forward, which I kind of boo at. I don't know. She looks really good, but other ladies have their fucking hair down, so she should keep the braids until she breaks up with American Made and then do this. That's my opinion, but whatever. Let her do whatever she wants. I'm not going to get triggered by the fucking hair. Just giving my creative opinion, right? Logan Paul has asked WWE to be a part of their upcoming tour of Japan. He said on Impulsive. Now, fuck, bro. I don't know if he's legally allowed there again. It would be a good way for him to maybe win some favor back over, but like they'll boo him and shit. He'll be playing the heel. So I just don't know if like publicity wise in Japan, that's a good move, or if they do the media rounds, because if he shows up there, Japan's going to go, and WWE is bringing, if they write a piece saying they're opting out of bringing Logan Paul, that won't be a big news story in Japan. But if they say he's bringing Logan Paul, like they're bringing Logan Paul to Japan, and if they get him to agree to do some fucking local news with a translator or something or whatever, where he's like, hey, I'm sorry about that and all this stuff, maybe it could work, you know, but there's like an honor system out there and shit. And I don't know if he broke that and if it's unforgivable or not. I just really don't know. So Bret Hart named CM Punk as the best wrestler in the world today. So there you have it, backing up the moniker or the slogan. Dominic Mysterio mentioned when he asked what he's been watching lately, a show that will stun everybody.
What have you been watching?
Oh, Barstool and Robbie from Barstool, and don't flag our shit, bro. Come on.
Lately.
Oh, man. I've been watching a lot lately. You know, I don't want to get into too much of it, but I just started the last season of Just Like That.
Okay, the Sex and the City show?
Allegedly.
Really?
Allegedly. Dude.
Allegedly.
Fuck yeah. My wife hates that show, but she watches it out of like, she's invested so much of her life and time into Sex and the City show and the movies, to where this new spinoff, she like detests it, but she's like, I have to know, like I have to watch it, you know? And I feel so bad because for Marvel movies and shit, it was like that for a couple years here in a row where it was like, oh, I guess I'm watching this shit. I guess I'll finish Secret Invasion, you know? But I think it's coming around now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Alleged.
All right.
I'm a big Love on the Spectrum
Had you seen the prequel, Sex and the City?
No.
Okay. You're a big Love on the Spectrum guy, you're saying?
I'm a big Love on the Spectrum guy.
I think he's lying. I think Dirty Dumb, you're a fucking liar.
Liar!
He did watch all of Sex and the City, or else why would he watch this shit?
Okay, you're
Love
more are you
Mr.
into
Big.
shows more than movies?
Dude, I don't care if they have superheroes in it, like, or monsters or anything. Like, I love it.
Yeah.
Like, one of my favorite movies of all time is Van Helsing.
Oh, really?
Right, it's a solid movie, underrated movie.
Yeah, and
Wow.
people hate Van Helsing.
Yeah.
Right? That's like in my top
Do
3.
you remember the video game for that?
No.
I remember the video game was awesome.
Was it good?
Yeah, it was like one of those like licensed video games they used to make back in the day.
dope.
It was
No,
really good,
I
yeah.
loved Van Helsing.
So you love anything with superheroes, monsters, or Carrie Bradshaw?
Allegedly.
Let's fucking go. We need that Julia Gulia. Get me Dom saying allegedly for the soundboard. Let's go. So Bret Hart says he put over CM Punk. He buried Hulk Hogan, as we covered earlier, and he kind of goes off on Gunther, and he says that he said this right to Gunther's face. No respect for guys that hurt each other in the ring. Whoever won a fight with a chop. What a waste of time. Just because Bret didn't like getting chopped. The best wrestling has to pretend to be real. That's what I did. I tried to make it as real as I could, contrary to the Gunther guy, who seems like a nice enough guy when I met him, but I hate wrestlers that hurt each other on purpose. I hate it when you're out there and getting beat up and hurt by a guy for real, like chops. Whoever won a fight with a chop, what a waste of time. I used to wrestle Ric Flair and wake up going, why am I hurting so much? Doesn't Ric Flair know it's a show? It's not supposed to be real. I'm not supposed to wake up with a really sore chest. I have no respect for guys that hurt each other all the time. Oh, I should have did my Bret impression. I'm sorry, guys. It's just to me, lazy shit wrestling when guys like, Gunther, I've told him this to his face. It's bullshit. When you're hurting somebody for real, you're unprofessional. I wrestled guys and never hurt anybody. I think, which is crazy for me to say, I think Bret's kind of missing the point of the fucking chop, though, and wrestling in general. Then you shouldn't bump, because bumping hurts for real, Bret, even though you get callous to it, right? So then you shouldn't bump at all either. Like, how far do we take this? Now, you shouldn't be trying to hurt someone, and that's why it's a chest chop, because it's not really going to fucking hurt you. Like, oh, my chest beat up and sore. I get it, but it's not like taking a fucking blow to your head. Now, I get it. When some people are like, chop me till my chest is bleeding. Yeah, I get it. Like, when people sit there and do the chop battles, it's fucking stupid. And Gunther can take care of you with the chops, too. If you go and watch any of his shit when he's really wrestling motherfuckers, like Goldberg, like he hit one chop on Goldberg. That was the point. That was the psychology of the match. Like, he no-sells it. Go and watch like his old Evolve shit and stuff, Brian. And like, he takes care of guys, he realizes he's bigger than most motherfuckers. But I think a lot of people tell him, like Punk tell him, lay this shit in on me, so how much of that goes on Punk? But yeah, he's pretty much saying he told Gunther he didn't fuck with his stuff. So RFK Jr.'s niece takes part in a SummerSlam tryout, and people were fucking hating on her. Sickos were fucking hating on her. Like, what does she have to do with anything? Paul Heyman said the critics need to get over Brock Lesnar's return. Shout out Ariel Helwani. Brock Lesnar isn't going anywhere.
Brock Lesnar, how long has that been in the works for?
That happened real quick.
Really?
Yeah, that happened.
Like, what's real quick? Week, 2 weeks?
A couple weeks.
Okay.
I mean, at least to my knowledge, I got tagged into it after the deal was done.
Okay. And when you say deal, like, did he need a deal to come back? What do you mean by deals?
Well, he wasn't coming back on speculation.
No,
he is Brock Lesnar.
No. What I mean by that is, like, did he have to sign a new contract, or was he still? Because we hadn't seen him for 2 years.
Oh,
but,
I'm sure there's a new deal involved.
Okay. And obviously, this has been met with some criticism.
And like, Paul Won't Stoogie knows the answer, but it's like, here, Ariel, come on.
Right? There's still this ongoing.
Everything in life is met with criticism. I don't pay attention to that.
Is the criticism fair?
Nah, I don't. I don't pay attention to it. He's here. See, that's a reality of the fact. He's here. And if you were in MetLife Stadium on Sunday, you would understand that return meant a lot to that audience. That audience was jacked to see Brock Lesnar come out and to see him F5 John Cena. Nobody left MetLife Stadium going, oh, God, they brought back Brock. People were just going nuts. That's our paying audience. They're happy to see him. I'm happy to be part of a team that presents him. Everyone has criticism in life. There are people that criticize Jesus. There are people that criticize Moses. There are people that criticize Muhammad. There are people that criticize God or gods. There is no president that has ever existed with 100% approval rating, or there's no president that's ever existed that someone hasn't pointed to and say that president sucked. There are people who to this day think Abraham Lincoln sucked. They're wrong, but they think it.
Let's fucking go. Heyman is, God, the best in the fucking business. Best talker in the business right now.
There are people who thought FDR sucked. They're wrong, but they think it. Bill Clinton doesn't have 100% approval rating. Donald Trump doesn't have 100% approval rating. Nobody does. There's always going to be critics of anything that we do. And very few people ever make it to the top in life without either making mistakes or having skeletons.
Nobody. Every human makes fucking mistakes. It's the retardedest thing on social media. I find that people pretend like they're perfect. Can you believe this person just whatever the fuck is going on in social media at the time? It's like, man, calm the fuck down.
In their closet. Obviously, the decision was made. It's time to bring back Brock Lesnar. Whatever that decision is based on, I respect it. If they're critics of it, get over it. He's here. And he's going to be here. And you ain't going to be able to cancel him. And I'm happy to have him back because the audience is happy to have him back. If we brought him back and the audience rebelled against it, I wouldn't be happy to have him back. I'd be like, oh, man, this doesn't work. But it works. So I'm happy about it.
Yeah, there you go. I mean, it's pretty well that simple. It's crazy all this over-explaining everyone has to do for this shit too. Tiffany Stratton declined to talk about Hulk Hogan, speaking of being canceled.
Do you want to talk about Hulk Hogan or no?
No, I don't.
Okay.
You know how many times I've been canceled? A lot.
Oh, yeah.
Let's not.
How do you get canceled a lot? That whole canceled shit is so fucking stupid.
Oh,
Severe and continuous lapse in judgment.
Yeah, you've had a severe and continuous lapse in judgment more than once. Do you want to talk about Hulk?
I think that Tiffy, like, she would either put him over or bury him, and either way, you're just gonna have people jump on you. So that was smart of her to fucking just not say nothing. Paul Heyman said that the Emmy Awards, we're not going to watch this whole clip, but he said that the Emmy Awards should be ashamed of themselves for not recognizing Roman Reigns as the chief. Reigns was the most compelling villain on television. I fucking agree. Mike Johnson of PWI Insider Elite or PW Insider Elite, WWE sources have confirmed Austin Theory has been removed from the company's active roster internally. But that's also because he's hurt for realsies, I believe. So there's been references made to Theory being injured on WWE programming, but the nature of the issue is not currently known. Maybe there was an emergency life thing that happened, guys. So we don't need to go poking and snooping around. I don't think they'll just be like, Theory, get the fuck out of here. But just hurt shit. We'll give it an allegedly that pretty much
allegedly.
He's on one of these Vince deals, and this isn't like, oh, he's gonna leave the Fed or anything, but he was Vince's right-hand dude. Vince was giving people a lot of fucking money. Sonya Deville, Braun Strowman, some of these people that Vince was paying like shitloads of money to that weren't really doing much. WWE, like, they're trying to do cost cutting. There might be more cost cutting here as we enter into the final quarter, or we're in the final quarter of the year, whatever, third of the year, however you want to chalk it up, right? Like near the new year, there might be more cost cutting stuff and layoffs and stuff. I mean, would it shock anybody? And I don't know if they'll just like throw Theory by the wayside, but they might be like, you got to take less money, dude. We don't even use you that much, and you're still super young. You got to build up. We got all these vets. The prime age we're looking at is like 40s now, like late 30s, early 40s is like when you're going to be at the top, the tippy top now. If you're in your 20s and 30s, you know, you're NXT and filling out the roster and shit. So That could be what it is. Who knows? But maybe as like a family thing or something going on. So I would just, we don't need to poke around. Hopefully, if he's whatever it is, hopefully he comes back soon. I'm an Austin Theory guy, and I wanted to see him and Waller throw down. Nick Khan has complained about people who say that they are tired. So Nick Khan says, I just don't understand why any human would do that. So basically, if someone emails you, typically it's because they need a question answered or they need something. So you want that person. By the way, it's in our hiring practice. And Chris Legentil, who is not only our head of comms, but our head of talent, Chris is never out of office if you call. Is this like an old thing? If you call Chris Legentil at 3 a.m., he'll answer the first ring and say, hey, what's up? In addition to out-of-office email replies that drive me crazy, the hey, I'm tired, that drives me crazy. Everyone's tired. The oh, I'm so busy. I read an article years ago, I'm busy, is really a way of saying I'm important. I'm important to assume everyone is busy. Not out-of-office replies here, no, I'm busy, and no, I'm so tired. I don't know, dude. You guys exist in this weird fucking world where everyone's on Adderall and just going constantly. That's where Nick Khan exists. So it's cool. I mean, I get that aspect, but there's a lot of people who like work and shit. And then it's like, I'll fucking respond to this when I get around to it, And you have to assume, in my book, you have to assume everyone's like that, to me personally. Like if I don't get a fucking answer, I'm not crying about it. I'll wait like a big boy and it's all good. And if you don't answer me, that's fine. It's fucking, you can't take social media too seriously. But, yeah, Paul Heyman addresses Travis Scott's reported absence from WWE or falling out with WWE. So this is good insight here.
About the Rock component and the Travis Scott component, it didn't seem like there was a payoff to all that.
There was. It fell apart, and we moved forward without it.
What fell apart?
The whole deal with Travis Scott.
It's corporate LinkedIn brain rot, exactly.
Is it true that he's pissed people off and he's done? Is that true?
I don't know if he's done. Any meeting that I was in that involved Travis Scott, I got along with him fine. Have I heard things? I have. Do I know the accuracy of it? Haven't.
I'm going to float this out there too. Again, I'll just hit an X-Files, whatever. The water cooler talk is like, that Netflix doc drummed up shit where like, cause Travis was the villain. Like he knew about these people who died and shit. It ain't a coincidence. Like that doc came out after his appearances and then fucking he hasn't been around either, and their ties with Netflix and stuff. I think they might just be like, go away for a bit. Not that it was this huge thing, but he was trending for a bit. But then again, they brought Brock back. So do they care? Like again, Travis has been found non-guilty or of all that stuff or whatever. But the other thing is I pointed it out, like Travis gets into shit. This wouldn't be the first time either. There's just probably again some personal stuff. And he's just not taking WWE seriously. He may have no-showed something even. Like, who knows what it was. But I'm not saying that I heard that either. I'm just saying, and I'm not a sheet or anything. I'm just pointing out there, like, would that surprise you? As I pointed out on the show, he, like, he took a private plane with one of the Kardashians and went to, he was, like, under house arrest, I think. He had a fucking monitor on, an ankle monitor on, took a private plane, landed in some country, was spotted by paparazzi. They took pictures. He flew home, was home that night or whatever, like he just doesn't give a fuck the way like a jelly roll does.
I heard Travis's version of it.
So they're not going to bury him, but it's just like something went down where they're just like, nah, dude.
Like his music, like his taste in women that he has children with. Wish I was dating one of those sisters. I'm not. He was married to one. He's doing better in his personal life than I am.
What about The Rock?
What about The Rock?
Like he didn't show up at WrestleMania.
Well, he was never advertised or booked for WrestleMania.
No, I know, but it seemed like there was going to be some sort. He's there. The throat, the three of them.
I don't know. I don't know what happened with Dwayne. That's something you should have Dwayne come into these beautiful Yahoo studios.
Would be great.
And answer for himself. I really don't know.
Okay.
Or have Brian Gewirtz come in, and I'm sure he can tell you their side of the story. I really don't know. I mean, especially at WrestleMania, I had enough on my plate.
Sure.
I wasn't really that concerned with what was going to happen with John Cena and Cody Rhodes' storyline. I was more concerned with the fact that we got a lot to pull off here with the Tribal Chief Roman Reigns and Seth Rollins and CM Punk, and where we're going to go with Seth Rollins and how we're going to do this and how we're going to get to next year's Mania and this year's SummerSlam and the trajectory that we had. There was a lot on my plate, and also other people that I was working with.
Heyman spinning many plates. So, what do we have here? We have the ESPN talk. Before we get into ESPN talk, okay? Joe Hendry, she said his name and he appeared. Joe Hendry and Ren Sinclair, the two goats.
It's like looking in
It is Ren's Day, and we're going to check in with Ren. Here is her and Joe Hendry.
a mirror. Do you mind if I get a photo?
No problem.
Awesome.
He came out of like a cabinet or a fridge or whatever, and he was on NXT. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is Ren's Day. Twos in the chat, ladies and gentlemen. Twos in the chat, because it is Rusev Day, but it's also Ren's Day. So let's tap in with Ren Sinclair here.
Hey guys, happy Wednesday. And honestly, that's all I can say on the matter. I promised Charles that I wouldn't say his name. So let's go ahead and just get started with the questions, because apparently some of y'all are really itching for them. Like number one fan right here.
No, Erica's in chat like, oh, the fuckwit who blows weed on people's kids. No, you're right. Husey pointed that out on this show too. He's like, Phil, if fucking someone was walking through a crowd spilling beer all over everyone and your kids, you'd be like, hey, asshole, like, will you? So no, you're absolutely right. And that comes from me, a guy. I'm in Canada, bro. We're all stoners up here, you know? So I fucking smoke hella weed. So, and I fully agree with that. There's a time and a place, and there's a responsible fucking way to do it.
Anyways, question number one. What's wrong with Kendall? If you're
or like in public, you know, at least in public.
referring to last
privacy of your own goddamn house, whatever the fuck. But yeah, anyways, Ren Sinclair here, Ren's Day.
really itching for them. Like number one fan right here. Anyways, question number one. What's wrong with Kendall? If you're referring to last week when she completely ignored all of the questions that you all wanted to know, I would like to know the same thing. I mean, honestly, I think she really just ruined it for all guests moving forward this week. Maybe next week, maybe the week after. I don't know. Drop who you might want to see. I don't know. Who knows who'll do it? Because clearly they don't know how to behave themselves. Question number two. Favorite food or color? And color. Favorite color? Greens. I like greens. Greens. Favorite food? I love food. But to keep it simple, let's just say Thai food. Love Thai food. Next question. What is your dream entrance? I can show you a whole lot better than I can tell you. Roll the tape.
Okay, so this music's gonna, let's roll the tape here. This music's gonna get me though. Yeah, so there you go. That was an interesting Ren's Day there. Round of applause for Ren's Day, and then let's get into this ESPN talk, okay? To cap off the evening, what say you, chat? What's chat about? So my favorite food is I love food is the answer an alien pretending to be a human would give. I don't take anyone seriously who wears a Frida Kahlo shirt. Guys, I don't think she actually has the questions written on her palm. Yeah, no, she doesn't. Stino, Smashing Machine is a mess. It's directed by the weird. Is it out? Is Smashing Machine out? Is it out? I've got to get that. I've got to get on that. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we have some fucking breaking news here. It's not really breaking. It's just we're going to talk about the ESPN stuff. But the new ESPN direct-to-consumer streaming service will become the exclusive U.S. domestic home of all WWE premium live events. This is not ESPN Plus. ESPN direct-to-consumer will cost $29.99 monthly. So here's the thing. When they first started putting this all out there this morning, everyone was melting down. Even I was shitting on it. I was like, this could be a fucking huge L for WWE. Because, like, if you look at how UFC pay-per-views did, like, once they went on ESPN Plus, like, I know 1-to-1 correlation doesn't equal causation all the time necessarily, but it's like, goddamn, it significantly dropped off, and pirating just went through the fucking roof. So I was super critical of this morning. Then I wasn't on social media all fucking day. And then I came back on social media and it was like ESPN, like all the information was like, well, no, if you already own, like if you get ESPN, you get the fucking PLEs. So this is like a massive W for WWE, right? WWE, the W stands for win. Okay. I think, right? Like if you get ESPN, like if you already have these packages, so like a lot of people are going to have access to WWE. However, if some people don't have any of this ESPN stuff, you got to pay $30 a month. So a lot of people are fucking angry at this. But from a business standpoint, if you're just going business, yay business, it's good for them. It is. It's good that Roman Reigns gets to be like on ESPN next to like some of the greatest fighters and some of the great athletes in the world and stuff like that, you know, like that's a good thing for them and shit. That being said, for consumers, I just don't know if like we're let's go through all of this and try and break it down. Okay. Like as best as we can. So, and as we go through the bookmarks, we'll progressively more and more news and information gets released about what exactly this deal is. So, ESPN PR says starting in 2026, ESPN's DTC platform will be the U.S. home of every WWE premium live event that's in the U.S. So for me, it's just still on fucking Netflix. So again, I threw it out there. I was like, I think more people will fucking get VPNs and just watch Canadian Netflix than pay for this. I'm sorry, because the thing with ESPN Plus as well was like you pay for ESPN Plus every month and then you get a discounted rate on the fucking UFC pay-per-views. And it's like $10 off or $20 off or whatever. But you still got to pay for the pay-per-view every fucking month. And people just shit all over that. And it's interesting because ESPN might be getting out of the UFC business again at the end of the year. Do they get out of the business or do they stay? Who knows? That might be why they're scooping up WWE. But yeah, so Fight Oracle says the new ESPN direct-to-consumer streaming service will become the exclusive U.S. domestic home of all WWE premium live events. This is not ESPN Plus. ESPN direct-to-consumer will cost $29.99 a month. So we read that aspect. People are boo-booing at that, right? So the ESPN deal is better than it appears. So Fight Oracle says Lightshed Partners analyst Brandon Ross says WWE ESPN deal even better than it appears. ESPN does not include library rights. So NFLX does not include NXT PLEs. So the NXT ones are still going to be on what? Peacock? I don't know. Obligation to produce 250 hours of ancillary original programming and 5 docs year goes away. WWE saves on cost. So it's a 1.81 times step up from WWE's deal with Peacock. However, it is better than the headline number. The Peacock deal included domestic rights for a bunch of shit, but this deal doesn't. So WWE's like saving money on this. So on the purely business aspect, this is a fucking huge W for WWE. Absolutely. And like optics wise being on ESPN. But yeah, there's a lot of fans who, again, people shitted on the network. But here's the thing, man. Chat, you guys let me know. Are you going to pay the $30? Do you have to? Someone explain it. Someone who has access to ESPN or someone who's like, fuck, I got to go buy this now. Like, explain your story. Start telling me your stories in chat of how this all affects you guys, okay? And I'm going to check in with the people and see what the people have to say. But as far as business goes, like this is a huge W for them. And as far as international goes, it doesn't affect too much. And just in the US, though, it seems like you guys are getting dicked around with like, so do you got to have Peacock and ESPN, whatever the fuck? And, it just seems like too much. It's all over the place. Moving along here. SmackDown on the USA Network and Peacock will be unaffected by the new ESPN deal. That will see PLEs move away from Peacock and on ESPN platforms starting in 2026. SmackDown will continue to air live on the USA Network, then be available on Peacock, and that deal expires in 2029. So you guys are going like 3-4 places to watch shit now. Because Netflix as well. So you got to have Netflix, ESPN, and Peacock just to watch WWE if you want to consume all their shit. I don't know if as a consumer that's the fucking move, honestly. I think that's kind of wild. Now, there will be pundits out there. There will be a lot of people who will go, oh, this is the best thing ever. And yes, if you're just like a numbers guy, B, if you're just like, well, I'm only a fan because of the business and I own stock, so I care about, okay, then possibly. Okay, that's one perspective. But I think as someone who just consumes the shit and wants to be a fan, they're making it really difficult. And I don't know if you look at UFC, the way the ESPN Plus thing worked out. But that being said, I think that they clarified, like, I don't know why they led with this information. So there's conspiracy theories afoot of people saying, they floated that information out there. They led with that information first. As a mistake. And then there's some people floating out, no, they ran with that first to get people buzzing, talking, melting down. And then as the day progresses, more and more info comes out. And some people are saying, well, that's on the reporters because they just hear the first thing, they get it out there as quick as they can. And then they hear the next thing and then they get that out as quick as they can. So I don't think that really matters. At the end of the day, there's sort of more clarification on who actually gets access to these shows and who actually has to pay for them, etc. But Disney is buying the NFL Network and Red Zone distribution rights. In return, the NFL will get a 10% stake in ESPN. So again, look at the way the now official deal could reshape the playbook of how leagues do business with their TV partners. And that came out as well. Disney, of course, owns ESPN, is ESPN. And so they're buying the NFL Network, and they just dropped a bunch of cash on WWE. So they're making big money moves here. And who knows if WWE eventually they work out a deal like that as well. Speaking of big money moves, and we'll stick to the ESPN stuff, but just a side note, the Saudi GEA chairman, Turki Al-Sheikh, recently revealed in a post that Saudi Arabia signed a major entertainment event for 2027, potentially hinting at Mania. So a huge entertainment event I just signed for 2027. A big surprise to be announced soon. Your happiness is our goal. WrestleMania, Abu Nasser. And Turkey just said, upside down, smiley, cool eyes. He likes to tease and work with the fans and give them what they want. And I think just don't be shocked if that's what it is, man. April 2027, WrestleMania, Saudi Arabia. Just, I would not be shocked at all. So here's Ariel Helwani, someone much more smart than I am when it comes to the ins and outs of this stuff. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe some people would be like, not even close. But either way, here's his take on the ESPN broadcast deal and the DTC app, which is separate from ESPN Plus. So it's like, what if you're a guy who wants fights and you're paying for ESPN Plus and you want to watch WWE? Like, it's so fucking messy. Just make it one fucking thing. And the ESPN Plus app sucks fucking balls, okay? It fucking sucks. And they haven't refined it fully with UFC. So then now there's a new fucking app with WWE on it. Why don't you just put it on the same thing?
A Twitter account, TGQ chairman, who says, based on a press release, if you have ESPN through your cable provider, meaning Comcast, DirecTV, Hulu, Live Plus, YouTube TV, you get all the WWE pay-per-views for free at no extra charge, no paying the extra $30, which is something I said. But my question was, if you're just a Plus subscriber,
you do not.
Meaning you don't even have to be a Plus subscriber. It sounds like.
No, you have to be a cable subscriber of some sort. If you are getting ESPN,
yes, but you don't have to be a Plus
package,
subscriber.
YouTube TV, any of those things that provide ESPN broadcast coverage to you, you do not have to pay an additional for the $30 app that is DTC. That is for people who do not have that.
But what if you're just
So do you guys hear that? I mean, that is a huge plus because a bunch of people have ESPN already. So it's just like the argument. Like, I get people are mad at it. People were mad when they went to Netflix too. But the argument was like, oh, fuck, people, like, they're going to Netflix. That's bullshit. And then most people argued, yeah, but think about everyone already has Netflix. So the idea, Brian, is like, okay, and I'm sure this is what ESPN and WWE juggled around. Like, how many people already have this thing? Well, we'll put our PLEs in front of them, and hopefully it's like a broader sports audience. And then I seen some articles being salacious too, like, you know, ESPN wants like a diverse women and children crowd, like trying to make it this bad thing. But it's like they're putting WWE over. They're just saying like they're going to bring in more women and children, and wrestling's getting popular again, and more women and children are into wrestling, so they're going to bring more eyeballs hopefully over to our other sports too. I'm not sure how that translates necessarily, but yeah, let's, and shout out the boys in the back, by the way, because they do decent work too, I suppose.
Sure. But what if you're just an $11.99 plus subscriber?
You do not get access. You would have to pay $30.
Is that
or
true?
Get cable.
Because, you know, like if you go on the ESPN Plus app right now,
I cannot watch ESPN programming on ESPN Plus.
Correct.
Because
I do not have
you
a cable
don't have
package.
cable.
Correct.
But my
Trash. Fucking trash.
question is, someone like myself, I have cable.
Yes, you will get it.
But and let's say I don't have Plus.
It does not matter.
I still
you will get it. Yes. It is part of the ESPN package, not the ESPN Plus package.
Interesting.
ESPN Plus is a completely separate thing. Now, the relevant question, the like interesting spin out for our world is like, well, what does that mean if UFC re-ups with ESPN? Do they
That's what I'm wondering. No one's talking about that.
Remain on Plus? Do they go to this direct to consumer thing?
This is the big question.
That is fascinating. By the way, you were talking about circling back for a second, you were talking about ESPN. If UFC splits up the pie, does the landing place still have it on pay-per-view, or is it a product like this WWE?
Ah, fuck! I wanted to hear what he had to say there.
A Twitter account.
But yeah, so like everyone thought, oh, I'm gonna have to pay for this new thing, but it's like if you already have ESPN provided to you in your cable package or whatever the fuck, then you get access to this too. Right? Does it make sense? I just think they're giving you guys too many places to have to go watch WWE. But WWE PLEs available in the US in 2026 will be held on ESPN's new direct-to-consumer service, with select events simulcasted on ESPN's linear networks, according to CNBC. $30 a month or $300 per year. Instant reaction to WWE ESPN deal. Here's Fight Oracle. He says 1.8 times step up meets expectations, 2 to 2.2x Grand Slam. The 5-year term is surprising. Most analysts had 7 to 9 years penciled in. Surprised Netflix didn't do what it took to get the marquee PLEs. They do have them internationally. Yeah, why didn't Netflix go, hey, we need to scoop this up? Like, why didn't they fight for it? That's what fucking weirds me out. And Fight Oracle was like, maybe they're not happy with the PLE numbers. Like, maybe they don't do more than just the regular TV. But Alex Sherman says, some major sports news this morning. ESPN inks the deal. I'm told Disney is paying $325 million for the package per year for 5 years. Holy fuck, man. And they're talking about AEW's $185 million. ESPN is paying WWE an average of $325 million per year per 5 years. Peacock had previously paid $180 million per year for 5 years, and they give them less shit. Like, WWE gives them less shit than Peacock. So this is like such a financial win for them. 1.8K step, in which is about what we expected. WWE PLEs were thought to step up slightly more than UFC. So ESPN, every WWE premium live event all in one place. Jimmy Pitaro says WWE has immense, devoted, and passionate fan base that we're excited to super serve on our new ESPN DTC platform. This agreement, which features the most significant WWE events of the year, bolsters our unprecedented content portfolio and helps drive our streaming future. So again, they're looking to like launch this app with the fucking help of WWE, like doing it off the back. Maybe it's because it's a proven commodity on Netflix. I just don't know why they didn't shill out the shekels to get it. So Nick Khan comments on the company's new deal with ESPN. He says WWE's agreement with ESPN is a pivotal moment for our millions of fans across the United States, the leader in sports entertainment, partnering with the biggest brand in sports media. Bringing WWE's flagship events to ESPN's platform is tremendously exciting. We know the sky is the limit. The sky is the limit. And yeah, it most certainly is the limit. So my take on it is nothing fucking changes for me. It's all on Netflix and ESPN stuff. We have what's called TSN up here in old Canada here, and buddies, and they air ESPN shit as well. So I'm actually curious if like TSN has anything to do with this, and if shit is just more accessible to me. I mean, everything's easy for me out here. So whether you guys get a VPN, just go find one and get a deal. You pay a couple $100 up front for the year for that, or they're offering it for $300. Just pay for the fucking ESPN thing for the year, you know, or look up if there's a VPN doing a deal where it's like $130 for 3 years or something. You can find deals like that, man. So go on out there. I'm not sponsored by any VPN, so I'm not going to stooge which one I use or tell you guys about whatever, but yeah, get a VPN or just pay for the shit. I feel like I'm on the side of the consumer with this one, especially if we're going to see more cost cuts and they're like, hey, Cross, you need to take, like, I don't fucking know, man. You're jumbling around with guys like Cross and you're making these big deals, and that's good. I don't know how this changes. Like, now, what's the difference? Like, I was excited for the Netflix deal. Well, I'll tell you the difference besides just, it's easier for me to watch it. I was excited for it because it changes live streaming and sports and everything for the future for everyone. WWE was like the fucking, let's dip our toes in the water here. So it's exciting. You know, when it comes to this, it's like, I think they're just making it harder for people to watch their shit, which I don't know if that's as exciting. So I'm going to check in with chat here. That was breaking news, ladies and gentlemen. So let me check in with chat, and I'm going to read your guys', like, I want your stories. Hopefully you put some in there. Like, how does it honestly affect you? Because I'm genuinely curious. It's hard for me to have, like, as far as the business aspect goes, I think it's a great thing. As far as like, you don't need to pay extra if you already have ESPN. Then it's like, I mean, cry me a river, right? If they fucking move from USA to some other station. But it's weird that they didn't lead with that news first. Like, hey, if you have this shit, don't worry. You don't need to pay an extra $30, but we are launching this thing where people can pay an extra $30, right? I'm just not entirely sure why it's not just on ESPN Plus. And then what's the deal with the UFC? So curious going into the end of the year. That's my take on it. Ultimately, round of applause for WWE news. So Sean Harry became a new member. Awesome. You get access to Monday member shows. The Cream Nado as a new member as well. Thank you for supporting what I do. We acknowledge your new membership. Me. Juan Alarcon for 10 says, like you, Phil, I was poo-pooing this when I saw it, but I saw if you have a cable service provider, DirecTV or Spectrum, you don't have to pay the $30. Sucks because most people cut the cord. Well, that's the argument, though, too. So for the people who are now going to, trust me, there's a lot of fucking people who are going to be doing fucking a lot of babbling, not keeping the same energy that they did with Netflix or whatever as well, right? Like, oh, well, everyone cut the cord, so who gives a shit? And I bet we're going to see a lot of those same people like praising this as some fucking, you know, just trust me. You're going to hear a lot of Twitter spaces with shit like that going on. I fucking assure you over the next week. So ultimately it does suck balls if you're a cord cutter. Eventually, guys, everything is going back to, and I said it early on this show, I said it years ago to my fucking wife, and that's why she loves me, because I'm always goddamn right about this. No, but Phil don't miss, man. And I said it a long time ago, and there's more people parodying it today than ever. And people, legit people in the fucking TV biz would parrot this as well in 2025. Like, it's all just going to go back to where we pay for packages like cable. It's all good, but it's just streaming service packages. That's ultimately what it's going to go back to. You know, you'll just end up paying $120 a month again. And instead of your local cable company or whatever, it's streaming packages, and all the cable shit will be on cable too. Cause those guys won't like go out of business. They won't just call it quits, but it's ultimately where it's going. But you're going to hear a lot of people who praised and said, oh, the cord cutting and all that shit, and then they're gonna say that this isn't a good thing, or this is a good thing, even though before a year ago or whatever they were talking about everyone cut the cord. You're gonna get hypocrisy everywhere. It's just like Heyman said, people are gonna be critics of everything, people are gonna be hypocritical about everything, and I try to call it like I see it. So yes, this morning I was like, what the fuck? Then I wasn't on Twitter all day. I came back on Twitter right before I got on the air here, and I was like, oh, this actually isn't so bad. And so that's my take on it. But again, I'm unaffected in Canada, really. So imagine, I'm just going to check in with chat for a bit here. Imagine how insufferable the IWC. We hung out for long tonight, 4 hours. It's 9:30 where I'm at. 9. Imagine how insufferable the IWC, the dirt sheets, and British YouTubers will be if AEW got a $1.6 billion deal. For me, YouTube TV or VPN. There you go. After I'm done with Mike's boat, I'm never paying for non-PWT content again. Bro, I really appreciate that you fucking say shit like that. Those are the type of comments. It's like, wow, really? That's like, not to shit on those guys, but wow, thank you. Chazara, streamers only saved you money because the plan was to get you to cord cut with cheap prices so they could kill cable long term. They were always going to jack up the prices and become the new cable. Yeah, exactly. I saw it so fucking long ago. Used to be streamers were a way to save money on cable. Now it costs more than cable. Yep, I get ESPN on cable, so I'm good. Loons and Tunes. WWE Network was a massive money loser. It was never going to last. I don't know. I'd have to check the numbers on that. Remember when the whole network was $9.99? That was the gangsteriest shit ever. Surfshark is like $50 for 2 years. So there you go. I don't know if they're the best, and fucking unless you sponsor me, hit me up, right? I shouldn't have said the fucking name. Netflix are paying a lot of money. It's understandable why they wouldn't go. Yeah, the problem is they need to name this new app something else other than ESPN DTC or whatever. It's fucking stupid. Okay, so round of applause for you, PWT Universe. That's fucking amazing. Guys, it's late. I got to get out of here. On Sicko Saturday, we'll make fun of Dave Meltzer and all the sickos, and I'm sure there'll be more news and more updates. Thank you for tuning in to the premiere, the #1 pro wrestling live show. If you factor in the max numbers every week, we're the #1 in the world that's ever existed. Greater than Jim Crockett, Eric Bischoff. Fuck you guys. No, thank you guys so much, man. Just we're growing and growing. Please get us to, fuck, man. I lost a chunk of subs. You know, typically you don't like lose 7 over the course of 2 days, and that happened recently, and it hurt my soul. But I think it's just because my take on the Brock shit and me just going hard and being like, "Shut up, pussies," you know. So, and I get it, but we're growing. That the other day aside. We're growing, and I appreciate you guys. We're almost at 7K subs. Run them up. We're over 2K on the other channel. If you listen on X, please come on over to YouTube. I promise it's worth it to just hang out and even pay your 99 cents Canadian for the bonus show every Monday. It's a fun old time, a grand old gay old time. And yeah, thank you all for being here. Round of applause. Until next time, guys, I'll see you Saturday. same fucking time. And maybe I'll try and get some guests on. I have this Friday, I have a former OVW champion joining me on the show. And I'm also going to link up with Husey and do his show. I think with whatever. I'm not going to stooge it, but maybe some WATP folks, which would be cool. I'm a big fan of them. So thank you for tuning in. We're going to dabble. We're going to dabble in the Dabbleverse. Phil's dabbling. Phil Mark's out in the fucking Dabbleverse now. So round of applause for you guys and me and everybody. I'll see you all in the Upside Down, everybody. See you on Saturday. Peace.
I look and see it's not just me.
Jeff, why do you insist on doing this dumb internet shit on TV?
I look and see it's not just me.
This place is a fucking joke, man. You're a clown. I quit.
So many of us have stood where we stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. So many of us have stood where we stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. We call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild.
No. It doesn't make logical sense, but it makes.
Well, yes, of course.
But it makes wrestling booking sense. Of course, this makes no sense. Of course, okay, it makes no sense. However, in pro wrestling booking, which often makes no sense, you would do that. It's about making money. It's not about anything else. Wrestling's always been about making money first and foremost. That's it.
Yes, I look and see it's not just me.
Last weekend was the greatest weekend in AEW history. This is the greatest week.
I look and see it's not just me.
Security, my safety, my life was in danger at a wrestling show.
So many of us have stood where we stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. So many of us have stood where we stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. We call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand, we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. We call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand, we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. Get wild. Yeah.
If you're familiar with how we do things often here on these Wednesdays, it's a lot like one of my favorite movies, Time Cop.
What? Fuck you. Fuck you.
Yeah. God damn it.